The story opens with the roar of a red-eyed monster. In 2045, Earth has become a battlefield where humanity fights for survival against monsters. At night, soldiers confront colossal, red-eyed creatures with writhing tentacles, using both guns and blades. The ground is covered with fallen soldiers. Amid the chaos, one soldier is cut down by a sharp tentacle, while another is killed as a claw pierces through his chest. A massive tentacle monster dominates the battlefield, its many mouths open and its crimson eyes glowing. Nearby, a lone soldier collapses to his knees, staring at the bodies around him. The monster shadow falls over him as a tentacle lashes forward to finish him. Just before the strike lands, a man appears and cuts the tentacle apart with a single clean motion. The monster roars and retaliates, sending multiple tentacles toward him from all directions. He lowers his stance and slices through them in swift succession. Another strike comes down, and he steps aside to avoid it. When a tentacle closes in again, he draws a gun and fires, destroying it instantly. He turns briefly to the fallen soldier and orders him to stand and keep moving. This man is Han Sung, the Supreme Commander of the Earth Defense Force. The soldier, shaken, gathers himself and responds before picking up his weapon and rejoining the fight. Han Sung advances toward the monsters, calmly reloading his machine gun. After decades of war, the endless waves of creatures have been reduced to the few remaining before them. As the monster attacks again, sweeping its tentacles across the battlefield, Han Sung moves through the strikes while firing with precision. Victory finally seems within reach. He prepares to attack again, but a golden magic circle suddenly forms between him and the monster. He pauses, caught off guard, unsure what he is seeing. A faint golden light begins to shimmer around his body. In the next moment, he vanishes. The soldier behind him notices the sudden change and turns, confused, calling out to him. The scene shifts. Golden chains emerge, accompanied by a voice calling him to answer a summons. The chains bind his neck, hands, and feet, suspending him above a glowing magic circle. Before him stand several robed priests, speaking in hushed amazement at the success of their ritual and the arrival of a hero from another world. Han Sung looks at the restraints around him, trying to understand what has happened and where he is. An old man steps forward, lowering his hood and welcoming him to an empire from another world. He acknowledges the suddenness of the situation and asks Han Sung to defeat a being referred to as the Demon Lord and save their world. Hearing this, Han Sung is left trying to process the unfamiliar request. Han Sung reacts with anger, demanding to know where he is and who the people before him are, insisting he has no time to be there and must return to Korea. Before he can finish, the old man cuts him off and silences him. Raising his hand, the old man activates a spell. Golden light gathers and strikes Han Sung, binding him. Pain surges through his body, forcing a cry out of him. The old man explains that the magic will not harm him if he cooperates. As the effect fades, Han Sung struggles to recover, coughing and steadying himself, frustrated by the situation. The old man then takes a sword from a nearby priest and calmly asks him to defeat the Demon Lord and save the Empire. He throws the sword in front of Han Sung and adds that, if he succeeds, there may be a way to return him to his original world. With a faint, calculating smile, he asks whether Han Sung will accept. Surrounded and restrained, Han Sung realizes he has no real choice and agrees. From that point on, he spends years in the Empire. He explains how he was summoned to another world and forced into the role of a hero. He is sent on constant missions, fighting without rest, cutting down enemies, and fulfilling the Empire's demands. Years pass, 3, then 5, then 10, as he devotes his youth to defeating the Demon Lord Baylor. Throughout that time, he holds on to the expectation that he will eventually be allowed to return home. The scene shifts to a corridor within a medieval structure. The same old man stands holding a cup, assigning Han Sung another mission. Now dressed as a knight, Han Sung questions him, reminding him of the earlier promise. The old man responds calmly that saving the Empire did not end with the Demon Lord. He explains that opposition forces must also be eliminated to secure unification and prevent further uprisings. A poster on the wall identifies the next target, Bardell of the Teutonian Night Kingdom, labeled a dangerous individual. The old man instructs Han Sung to eliminate him, stating that doing so will earn his freedom. At the same time, he subtly reactivates the binding spell, reinforcing control. Han Sung, aware of his lack of choice, accepts internally, though with growing anger and resentment. The scene shifts again to the Teutonian Night Kingdom. On top of a castle wall, Han Sung engages Bardel in a sword fight. The battle ends when Han Sung drives his blade into Bardel's stomach. Wounded, Bardel acknowledges Han Sung's strength and questions his actions. Han Sung lowers his gaze and admits he had no choice. Bardel, recognizing him as the summoned hero, tells him not to apologize. With his final words, he warns that Han Sung himself will eventually be discarded as well. After Bardel collapses, Han Sung looks at the body and believes everything is finally over, expecting to return home. Unnoticed by him, a white-haired knight in armor approaches from behind. In the next moment, the knight strikes, driving his sword through Han Sung's back and piercing his heart. The attacker reveals himself as Count Brandenburg, praising Han Sung for his service and comparing him to a well-used hunting dog. He acknowledges Han Sung's contribution as both a grand general and holy knight of the empire. Realizing the truth, Han Sung understands that the promise to return him home was false. As Brandenburg withdraws his blade, he dismisses the need to keep someone like him alive, stating that a hunting dog only becomes dangerous once it starts to bite. Han Sung collapses to the ground as blood spreads beneath him. Lying there, he reflects on the betrayal. Though he expected resistance, the outcome feels deeply bitter. He resolves not to forget the humiliation. As his life fades, a blue light begins to glow from the wound in his chest. His final thoughts turn into a vow, directed at the empire that deceived him, as everything around him fades into darkness. The scene shifts. That night, as one life ends, another begins. A black-haired, blue-eyed baby wrapped in cloth slowly opens his eyes. A midwife announces the birth with excitement. On the bed, a blonde woman holds the child close, gently acknowledging herself as his mother. From the baby's perspective, Han Sung looks at the woman and the black-haired man standing beside her. He feels a sense of recognition. The man is none other than the continent's most powerful necromancer and dark mage, the Duke of Saxon. This place, he realizes, is Necropolis, the empire's center of dark magic, home to the Black Magic Tower. He understands what has happened. The stone of reincarnation he once hid has worked, granting him a second life. Though his rebirth was left to chance, he has been born as the eldest son of one of the empire's greatest noble houses. With time, once he learns necromancy, he plans to take revenge on the empire that betrayed him. The Duke, however, grows concerned when he notices the child is not crying. The midwife checks and confirms the baby is breathing normally, though she finds the situation unusual. The Duchess, worried, asks for a more careful examination. Han Sung, now aware of his state, finds the concern unnecessary and is irritated by the expectation that he should cry. The midwife reassures the Duke, but decides to stimulate a reaction by striking the baby lightly. The sudden action frustrates him further, though he cannot respond. The Duke remarks on the child's stubbornness, and the Duchess lightly agrees before asking to hold him herself. Now in his mother's arms, Han Sung braces for another strike, but instead of pain, he feels a gentle touch. The warmth of her hand brings an unfamiliar sensation. Memories of his past life, filled with battle and hardship, contrast sharply with this moment. He realizes how long it has been since he felt any form of comfort or care. Overwhelmed, tears begin to form. For the first time, he cries. The sudden change alarms both parents, who rush closer in concern, while the midwife reacts in surprise. Time passes. 8 years later, the Duke and Duchess sit together, reflecting on how quickly the years have gone by since Dale's birth. They speak about their son, noting his deep interest in books and learning from an early age. The Duke observes that Dale seems particularly drawn to magic. The Duchess reminds him of the promise he made, not to pass necromancy on to their son. The Duke reassures her, agreeing without hesitation, and shifts the conversation toward preparing a gift for Dale's upcoming birthday. At that moment, a hurried knock interrupts them. A maid rushes in, reporting something urgent in the study involving Dale. Alarmed, both parents immediately run to the study and push the door open, calling out to him. Inside, Dale turns toward them. They see him surrounded by a glowing blue magic circle. The Duchess rushes forward, checking him anxiously and asking if he is hurt. Dale assures her that he is fine. Meanwhile, the Duke dispels the magic circle and senses the mana lingering in the air. He realizes that At only 8 years old, Dale has already begun to release mana. Caught off guard, Dale quietly reacts, knowing this development will not go unnoticed. The Duke steps in front of him and questions him directly, asking if he was the one who released the mana. Facing his father, Dale understands the situation. He realizes he has revealed his abilities far earlier than expected and recognizes that he has made a mistake. Dale hesitates, bringing his hands together as he tries to respond. He knows that delaying or answering poorly might raise suspicion about him. Before he can explain, the Duke smiles and pats his head, interpreting the situation on his own. He praises him lightly, but remarks that it is unfortunate he cannot teach him necromancy. Hearing this, Dale is caught off guard, realizing that his path to revenge may not be as straightforward as he thought. The Duchess interrupts the moment, telling him to return to his room while the servants handle the aftermath. Dale obeys and leaves. As he runs off, the Duke calls out to his wife and mentions that he has already decided on a gift for Dale. Soon after, the scene shifts to a grand banquet hall for Dale's birthday. Nobles from across the domain gather, talking among themselves and celebrating. Conversations revolve around the scale of the event and anticipation for Dale's appearance. From his second floor, Dale observes the crowd. He notes the delay in the proceedings and feels uncomfortable with the attention. Having once lived as someone treated as expendable, being celebrated as a young noble still feels unfamiliar. At the same time, he worries about losing control of his mana again, recalling how even memories of his past caused it to surge. He considers how to persuade his father to allow him to learn necromancy, but doubts any direct request would succeed. The Duchess enters the room in formal attire, accompanied by a robed woman. She greets Dale warmly and wishes him a happy birthday. When he asks about the woman behind her, she introduces her as Sage Sephia, an elder of the Blue Magic Tower and a master of water attribute magic, who will serve as his teacher. Dale quickly understands the implication. Instead of dark magic, he is being guided toward water magic, focused on control and defense. It is clear his mother intends to keep him away from necromancy. Sephia then asks to speak with him privately, and Dale agrees. The setting shifts to a quiet mountain path. Sephia explains that she will only teach him water attribute magic. She asks if he feels disappointed, already aware that he likely wished to learn his father's magic. When Dale questions how she knows, she explains the circumstances of his parents' marriage. The Duke had promised not to pass on necromancy, a vow made publicly and tied to his mother's fears of his reputation. Despite that, Sephia suggests she may try to persuade the Duchess in time. She asks whether Dale is willing to follow her guidance. Dale questions her stance, noting that as an elf she should oppose necromancy. Sephia responds with a different perspective, comparing it to divine magic used by priests, implying that both involve similar principles. Her answer surprises him and changes his impression of her. She signals the start of training. Since Dale has already formed a fragment of a mana circle, she sets the goal of completing it. Following her instructions, he places his hand over his heart and begins to concentrate. He recalls the theory: mana must be regulated through a circle formed within the heart, acting as a structure to control its flow. As he gathers the fragments and stabilizes them, mana begins to circulate properly. A blue light forms within him as the circle takes shape. Sephia begins to explain that mastering this process usually takes time, but before she can finish, Dale informs her that he has already completed it. She is visibly surprised, realizing the speed at which he formed a complete circle far exceeds normal expectations. Dale then gathers mana into his hands, shaping it outward. At her request, he attempts to release it through the circle. While focusing, he reflects on the difference between his past and present. In his previous life, he relied on artificial methods to use magic, but now his body naturally accepts and channels mana. This opens the possibility of mastering multiple forms of magic. Concentrating further, he condenses the mana into a defined form, creating a shard of ice at his fingertips. Sephia observes closely, noting the unusual stability and precision of the spell. Normally, such constructs collapse during formation, but his remains intact. Dale releases the ice projectile toward a nearby tree. Upon impact, it pierces cleanly and shatters the trunk, causing the entire tree to split and fall. Sephia is left stunned by the result, recognizing that this level of control and power is far beyond what an 8-year-old should be capable of. She walks over to the tree and examines it, saying she expected nothing more than basic mana manipulation. Instead, the ice element had been perfectly integrated during the release. It was simple magic in theory, but the way he absorbed the surrounding chill so precisely was unbelievable. Dale walks over and asks if he did something wrong. She smiles as she looks at him and says the complexity of the magic formula is far beyond what any child should be capable of. It involves rotation, acceleration, and compression. The spell incorporates the three formulas known as the golden ratio of military magic. For him to project and cast something like that is completely absurd. Dale asks if something's wrong. She tells him it's nothing, but she now understands why his father might find this troubling. Later, Alan asks her why she can't teach him. If Dale reached the first circle in just a few minutes, then she should be able to guide him further. She explains that the moment he reached it, he immediately cast a perfect lethal spell. Alan is visibly surprised. She says it's hard to believe an 8-year-old could do something like that. The spell used a military-grade magic formula with a flawless golden ratio. Alan asks if this is because she belongs to the Blue Magic Tower, which follows a path of nonviolence. She says that's not the issue. If anything, she feels a strong responsibility to guide him properly. Alan presses her. Then what's the real reason? She explains it's because of the noir magic of the Lord Noir, the Dark Magic Tower. Alan is shocked. She continues, saying Dale already possesses the kind of magic he wants to learn. She's heard about Alan's past and understands the promise he made to Elena, but that doesn't give him the right to decide his child's future, especially when that child has this level of talent. Outside, Dale tries to eavesdrop but can't hear anything. He sits there, thinking they must be talking about him. He didn't expect his first spell to show that much power, and it clearly surprised her. He realizes he'll need to be more careful with control moving forward. He sighs until he hears someone call his name. He instantly brightens, calling out to his Uncle Helmet. Helmet asks what he's doing there, and Dale asks where he's been. Helmet explains he's been away, fulfilling his duty, protecting the family and hunting dangerous monsters. Dale guesses he must have been in a dungeon. In this world, the appearance of dungeons and monster overflows is a serious threat to every territory. Ever since the time of the Demon King, monsters invading civilian areas have caused constant destruction. That's why knights are primarily tasked with clearing unexplored dungeons and stopping monster outbreaks. Their duchy faces this problem far more severely than others. And the reason is him. After Dale's past life defeated the Demon King, the Duke was ordered to turn that land into imperial territory by subduing the monsters that remained. Dale tells Helmet to stay safe. Helmet looks confused, asking what he means, just as Alan walks in, noting that Helmet seems to be in good health. Helmet greets him, and Alan thanks him for his efforts in the recent dungeon raid. Elena arrives as well, and Dale wonders why she's there. She smiles, saying she heard he reached the first circle and that she's proud of him. Alan congratulates him too, asking if there's anything he wants to say. Dale thinks for a moment. If he asks to learn necromancy now, it might come off as suspicious. So instead, he says he wants a little sister. Both his parents blush. They say they'll try their best, and Dale says he's looking forward to it. Helmet and the others struggle to hold back their laughter, while the rest openly laugh. That night, Dale thinks about how exhausting it is to act like a child at this age, especially after using magic. As soon as he falls asleep, he has a nightmare. Brandenburg appears, saying it's good to see him again. He mocks him, asking if he's already grown soft, living in a loving home. And surely, he's not still thinking about revenge, because the Empire will find him. They'll keep searching, and they'll erase him completely. Dale wakes up in a cold sweat, his mana violently surging. It feels like his heart is about to burst. This is the mana rampage he's heard about. He stumbles out of his room, clutching his chest, saying the Empire will never let him go. He steps outside, hoping the fresh air will help, but it only gets worse. Then Cephia appears. She looks at him and says he seems to be in serious trouble. She releases a faint aura from her hand, saying he's incredibly talented, but she can't shake the feeling that there's something dangerous about him. She places her palm against his chest and explains that once malice takes over a child's magic, it becomes irreversible. Then she begins correcting the flow of his mana, calming the rampage. Dale looks down, realizing it's actually gone. She calls out to him and explains that magic is a reflection of the heart. That's why every mage has a unique style, even when using the same spells. His magic, she says, is especially dangerous because it's built around taking lives. And that's exactly why she believes it's fortunate that she's the one teaching him. She hands him a necromancy tome and says maybe it's fate that she'll be guiding him from now on. Then she tells him happy birthday. Without hesitation, he hugs her. She laughs, calling him needy. Sometime later, out on the northern plains, Dale looks around and asks if they're hunting rabbits. Sephia confirms it and tells him to think back to when he used to hunt with his father. He nods. He prepares his magic. The rabbit senses something, but it's already too late. Dale pulls back his fist and drives it forward, exploding the rabbit in a single strike. Sephia observes that even after taking a life, his hands don't hesitate. She explains that even when two mages use the same spell, the result can vary endlessly. She asks if he knows why. He admits he doesn't. She tells him it's because magic reflects the mind. It materializes what's inside you through mana particles. In the end, magic reveals your inner world. He asks if that's a bad thing. She explains that terms like firewall are just tools, ways to stabilize imagination. Even magic towers operate the same way. The red magic tower values order through strength, while the blue tower values harmony. Each tower's philosophy shapes the form of its magic. There are others too, black, white, and green towers. She pauses, saying it might be a bit early for him to fully understand all of that. Now, after killing another rabbit, this time leaving the body intact, she begins teaching him necromancy. The most basic form is raising a zombie. It involves animating a corpse using mana threads. The head, spine, and knees must be connected until the body can stand. He follows her instructions. She praises him and asks if he's ready for the next step. He says yes. Dale begins casting frozen armor. His eyes shift as he slams his hand to the ground, sending an ice beam into the rabbit and covering it in spiked armor. Sephia notes that his execution is unusual, though the structure is correct. Now they can test its defense. She launches an attack. Dale watches nervously as it hits, but it only chips the armor. The rabbit remains standing. Dale realizes it actually blocked her attack. She praises him again, then notices he wants to ask something. He says he wants her to teach him how to better use water magic as well. She smiles and refuses. He asks why. She explains that what he used today is only the most basic form of water magic. As magic develops, it requires deeper understanding and insight. Most beginners struggle to master even one type. Handling two at once, becoming a dual mage, is extremely rare. At his age, it's practically impossible. From her perspective, his request is overly ambitious. Dale pushes back. Didn't he just use necromancy and ice? He asks if everything he's shown still isn't enough. She pauses, realizing she may have misjudged him slightly, and decides to end the lesson for the day. That night, in the study, Dale insists there's nothing he can't figure out on his own. He'll prove himself, so much that she'll have no choice but to teach him. The next day, Sephia keeps calling his name until he snaps out of it. She asks if he's okay. He looks exhausted. He admits he stayed up all night preparing something. She tells him not to overdo it. He brushes it off. Then he raises his hand to cast necromancy again. The rabbit is still there, armor intact. Sephia looks at it and realizes. He's already mastered it completely. He then detonates the armor. Cracks spread across it before it bursts outward. Sephia immediately recognizes it, saying that's ice explosion. She looks surprised and then asks if that's all. As mana begins leaking from the rabbit's mouth, Dale controls it, forming a sphere at its stomach. Then it detonates again, this time with a massive explosion that sends shards of ice flying everywhere. Sephia quickly raises a barrier, once again caught off guard by him. She looks over at Dale. Dale explains that corpse explosion and ice explosion are similar in nature, so he combined them into one. With this, he figures he should qualify as a dual mage. She stares at the aftermath, stunned. She's never seen anything like it. He merged the ice explosion from frozen armor with corpse explosion, creating a wide area attack. And it didn't stop there. The ice and bone fragments were launched like blades. It's the kind of magic built purely for killing. The kind used by someone who spent their entire life on the battlefield. She wonders what kind of mind could produce something like this. Dale suddenly turns and calls out to his Uncle Helmet. Helmet waves at them. Dale asks if he just got back from another dungeon raid. Helmet says they subdued a small group of monsters this time, but the Black Cavalry still had to put in work. The Black Cavalry, elite knights wielding aura-infused lances, are the unmatched cavalry force of their duchy, and their captain, Helmet, is one of the 7 sword masters on the continent. Dale reminds him of their promise to teach him swordsmanship, saying learning from someone like him is a perfect opportunity. Helmet laughs, saying of course he hasn't forgotten. Dale waves him off, saying he'll see him later. Helmet tells him not to stay out too long, it's getting cold. Cephia agrees, saying it's time to head back. That night, Alan asks Cephia to explain what she meant earlier. She confirms it exactly. Dale has already mastered his first circle in both necromancy and water magic. Alan points out that she was only supposed to teach him water magic. She admits she knows, but she chose to teach him what he truly wanted to learn. He made it clear he wanted more than just water magic. She apologizes if she overstepped. Elena asks her to continue teaching him water magic regardless. Cephia agrees and says she'll continue guiding him. As she leaves, she pauses and apologizes again for breaking their promise. Then she adds that their child is extraordinary. Becoming a dual mage at just 8 years old is unbelievable, though he can be frightening at times. Given who his parents are, it makes sense. After she leaves, Alan hesitates before telling Elena that he wants to teach Dale necromancy himself. He wants to give him the strength needed to carry the responsibilities of a lord. He apologizes. He explains that necromancy is still feared. People call it the magic of death. That's why Elena has always wanted to keep Dale away from it. But now, he wants to raise him into someone strong enough to ignore public perception. He asks if she's okay with that. She hugs him. He promises he'll train their son to become the strongest. And so, Dale's first day of special necromancy training begins. His father immediately tells him he's disappointed. He's been raising the dead without even understanding what he's controlling. Dale says that's all he was taught. They're now in a magic workshop beneath the castle. After seeing Dale's basic necromancy, Alan clicked his tongue and brought him here. He tells Dale that under his guidance, he shouldn't even think about using such crude spells. They'll start with the fundamentals, memorizing the bone and muscle structures of all living beings. Dale agrees. The books his father gives him are the kind only professional doctors would read in his old world. But eventually, he's allowed to move on to practical magic. Alan says the real lesson begins now. They walk up to a table. Dale looks down. It's a goblin corpse. He can't help but think, why does it look like that, though? Alan notices his confusion. He explains that an untrained warlock can only move a swordmaster's corpse like a simple zombie. But a skilled one can turn an ordinary soldier into a death knight. The corpse in front of him is just a basic undead. Alan asks how he plans to control it. Dale reaches out and releases his mana. He explains that unlike a rabbit, which is small and simple, a goblin is much harder to control. It's bipedal, with a more complex structure requiring many more mana threads. Suddenly, one of his mana rings breaks, and he loses control. He compares it to trying to operate an extremely complicated puppet. He realizes his mistake. He used post-mortem rigidity to increase durability, but that stiffened the joints too much. Now it can't move properly. He wonders what to do. Alan places a hand on his shoulder. He tells him the idea wasn't wrong. Reinforcing the body by accelerating post-mortem rigidity can increase durability. But the trade-off is reduced mobility. That's the limitation Dale now has to overcome. He tells Dale to watch closely, then begins channeling his mana. It wraps around the goblin's body, entering through its rib cage. His father explains that ribs are meant to protect vital organs, but since the body is dead, that function is no longer necessary. He redirects the mana, forcing it to shoot outward through the arm. Alan tells him to understand the structure of his target and reshape it to fit his purpose. Dale is stunned. He never even considered something like this. His father tells him this is the foundation of black magic. Dale then says there's something else he wants to learn, the mindset of the Black Magic Tower. His father smiles and asks if he wants to learn the truth. The truth, he says, exists within death. To reach it, one must understand the weight of life. Dale recalls his past life. Someone begging for mercy, groveling at his feet, and even then he raised his sword and cut their head off. He snaps out of it. His father asks if he's okay, saying he doesn't look well. Dale says he's fine, repeating it to himself. As his training continues day after day, news spreads across the empire that he's being taught dark magic. Breaking the vow causes a massive uproar, and the one responsible, Dale, becomes the center of attention. All eyes are now on him. A few weeks later, Dale is sparring with Helmet. He blocks an incoming strike, and to Helmet's surprise, Dale starts pushing him back. Helmet creates distance, raises his sword, and swings down. Dale follows the motion and counters, knocking the sword right out of Helmet's hand. Helmet stares in disbelief as it hits the ground. He admits it wasn't bad. Dale points out that someone like him wouldn't drop his weapon unless it was intentional. Helmet denies it. He says that if those techniques were used in a real fight, a normal person would have died instantly. Dale's swordsmanship is impressive, almost too good for a mage. After all, mages usually rely on guards for protection. There's no real need for him to train this hard. Dale disagrees. It wouldn't look right for the Duke's son to depend only on protection and defensive magic. And besides, how could he pass up the chance to learn directly from one of the continent's 7 sword masters? Helmet laughs, calling it a great answer. If he had a son like him, he'd have no regrets. Dale admits he didn't expect that kind of praise. Then his mother arrives. She says they both look like they're in high spirits. Dale asks what she's doing there. She says she came to see how hard he's been working and to share some news. Dale asks what it is. She reminds him about the birthday wish he made. At first, he doesn't remember, then it clicks. He asks for a little sister. She tells him he'll need to take good care of his sibling. Dale agrees, though they don't know yet if it'll be a boy or a girl. 10 months later, the baby is born. Dale can't believe it actually happened, and she's incredibly cute. Elena asks if he wants to hold her. He hesitates, asking if it's okay. She reassures him it's not difficult. Alan adds that he thought the same at first, but it's easier than it looks. He asks what Dale thinks. Elena laughs, saying the baby cries every time she holds her, but never when Dale does. She seems completely at ease with him. Dale smiles. Alan asks how it feels. Dale says she's light as a feather, but at the same time, she feels incredibly heavy. Alan nods. That's the weight of life, and it's something he should never forget. Elena claps, saying it's time for his lesson. Cephia is waiting. Cephia tells him today's lesson is real combat. Dale asks if he can go all out. She tells him not to hold back. He agrees and begins channeling his mana. She wants to see how much he's improved. He fires 2 ice bolts straight at her. She says the first one is too slow and easily blocks the second, even catching her hand. She asks why he's holding back. He's surprised. She throws it back at him, telling him to put up a barrier quickly. He raises his arm, forming ice armor just in time to block it. He admits that without it, he would have been seriously hurt. She's impressed he formed it that quickly. The armor starts to crack and chip. She tells him to attack again. Dale slams his hand onto the ground, creating an ice wall in front of them, almost like something out of Full Metal Alchemist. She questions why he'd use a defensive spell in the middle of combat. Yes, he increased its density by reinforcing the mana structure, but why now? She wonders if he's trying to catch his breath after her last attack. She suddenly senses something. Dale is about to cast Frost Explosion using a fragmentation formula. He detonates it, calling it a grenade, and it launches straight toward her. After the attack, Dale says it worked. The incantation compressed the already dense ice wall even further, and since the ice molecules have been strengthened beforehand, the result was an explosive release. It turned into a grenade, one that would be hard for even his master to avoid. He looks over and sees her body riddled with holes, and immediately starts panicking. Then she appears behind him, casually asking if he called for her. He lets out a breath of relief, realizing she just startled him. She tells him that was an impressive technique. She never expected a mere first circle mage to be capable of wounding a magic tower elder. Dale quickly says he didn't mean to hurt her. She tells him she knows, and she's grateful for it. He asks why. She explains that it means he trusted her enough to use his full strength. As his master, that makes her prouder than words can express. He asks if she really means that. She says of course, he's an excellent student. Then she asks how he even came up with that formula. He tells her it's all thanks to what she taught him. She smiles. Later, she looks concerned as Alan asks about the wound on her cheek. She explains she was careless during training, and that Dale's formula was exceptionally sharp. Alan says he's always indebted to her. She brushes it off, saying teaching someone as talented as Dale is a joy. Then Alan asks if he can make one more request. She tells him to go ahead. He explains they've received reports that a group of orcs has crossed the mountain range into their territory. Normally, a small cavalry unit could handle it, but he intends to send Dale along. She's immediately concerned, saying he's not ready yet. Alan explains Dale won't be on the front lines, but defending their land is the duty of their house. As the Duke's heir, he needs to understand that responsibility. No matter how much he loves him, Dale isn't exempt. She asks what he wants her to do. He says he'll be entrusting Dale with one of their artifacts, and wants her to guide him until he can control its power. Alan explains artifacts to Dale. They are objects filled with immense power and will, and they require a price, either mana or life, to use. The stronger the artifact, the more dangerous and unstable it becomes. Sometimes, they're fatal. Their family, however, has mastered how to handle them. As they walk to the artifact vault, Alan reminds him that as the Duke's heir, he must prepare for the upcoming battle. Dale pretends to be surprised, but internally, he's excited. Alan says he'll be joining the force to exterminate the orcs. But before that, he must learn to control the darkness their family wields. When the vault opens, Dale is genuinely shocked. Alan explains that these are relics from the Demon King's era, artifacts their family has managed ever since conquering his domain. They far surpass ordinary artifacts. Dale says he can feel the overwhelming mana radiating from them. Alan warns him, they're all incredibly dangerous. Until he learns control, he shouldn't touch anything recklessly. But when Alan looks over, Dale is gone. Moments earlier, Dale had wandered off, searching for an artifact that suited him. One of them, a shield, begins speaking to him. It says it knows he seeks revenge. It can feel his hatred, and it's not the only one. Multiple artifacts begin calling out to him. They resonate with the resentment inside him. But to Dale, it's not enough. He needs something stronger. Then he notices a cloak. He wonders when it appeared and recognizes it immediately. A shadow cloak. During the hero's era, the Duke of the Demon King's army used this top-tier artifact. It could give physical form to shadows, making its wielder nearly impossible to fight. Dale says he can't wait to try it. He equips it instantly. Alan shouts for him. Sephia does too, but the shadows engulf him. Everything turns dark. A black puddle spreads beneath his feet. A voice echoes. It's hungry. Dale realizes what this means. This isn't an ordinary shadow. The previous wielder could command storms of darkness, shadows that moved like living beings. To control it, he has to make it submit. The shadow lunges toward him. He knew it wouldn't be as simple as talking. But then, something unexpected happens. Outside, Alan and Sephia stare at a swirling orb of darkness. Sephia says it's been a while, and asks if they should be worried. Alan says if this continues, Dale will lose his sanity and be consumed. She asks what they should do. He says they'll have to force him out. But just as he moves, a blinding light erupts. Dale steps out of the orb. They both call out to him. He says he's right here. Sephia rushes over, asking if he's okay. He says he is. Alan, however, is stunned. He can't understand how a child endured something like that, and came out completely unharmed. Dale tells his father he has a question. His father tells him to go ahead. Dale asks if he can try out the other artifacts too. Both Alan and Sephia look confused, but Alan agrees. Dale thanks him, and just like that, he spends the entire day and night exploring the vault. Just feeling Helmet's aura is intimidating. Helmet tells him not to worry. He'll only use basic swordsmanship, no aura. Dale immediately gets annoyed, saying that means he's holding back. A knight should fight sincerely, that's their creed. But Dale's real goal isn't the duel itself. He wants to test the shadow cloak. The strength of the weapons he can form from his shadow creatures will determine the artifact's true value. And this fight is the perfect test. Dale launches the first move, Shadow Blade Rush. Helmet pulls back his sword and cuts straight through the attack in a single swing. Dale is impressed that he broke through it with pure strength. Helmet laughs, saying it's good, and then charges forward. He swings at Dale. Dale melts into the shadows, dodging the attack, and counters. Spikes erupt from the ground where Helmet stood. Helmet calls it fascinating and swings again, this time aiming for Dale's face. Dale blocks with his shadow, but it starts to crack under the pressure. He pushes back, sliding across the ground, but manages to hold. Helmet is impressed. He says that strike carried enough force to break a normal sword clean in half. That's the difference between a standard weapon and a top-tier artifact. Then Helmet says he wants 10 more exchanges. They continue the duel. The knights watching are stunned. No one has ever lasted more than 2 exchanges against their captain. A few days later, on the day of deployment, Elena says she's going to talk to Alan again. No matter how she looks at it, she can't accept sending Dale somewhere so dangerous. Dale reassures her, Alan and Helmet will both be there. She still worries that something could go wrong. Dale tells her he needs to become stronger. One day, he'll have to carry the weight of the dukedom. And when that time comes, he'll need the strength to protect her, his father, and his little sister, Liz. That's why he needs this experience now. He wants to be strong enough to protect them. Elena smiles and tells him to go. He promises he'll be back soon. He mounts his horse and heads to meet the others. Helmet arrives as well, telling Alan they're ready. Alan turns to Dale and tells him to give the order to march. One day, the Black Cavalry will be his to command. They are his knights. Dale feels the excitement. This will be his first battle as their leader. This time, it will be different. He raises his voice, telling the men that their moment has come. They are the proud swords of Saxon. They raise their lances and respond as one. Then they charge forward. They have 250 cavalry. An elite ranger unit is stationed in the White Mountains. The Winter Wardens will also join. Their target 1,000 orcs. The orcs have crossed the mountains, moving upstream along the Saxon River to escape the cold and starvation. Eventually, they'll head downstream. So the plan is to strike first, cross the lower river, and ambush them. But crossing a river that deep isn't simple. As the soldiers hesitate, Cepheus steps forward. She tells them to move aside. She'll handle it. Dale lights up, surprised she came all this way to help. Despite her philosophy of harmony and nonviolence, she places her hands on the ground and creates a massive bridge of ice. The army crosses. She tells them to go and wishes them victory. Alan thanks her. Dale tells her he's heading out too. As he rides past, she smiles softly. It's strange how much a student can make their master worry. Sometime later, at the orc camp, the hidden rangers begin their ambush. The rangers unleash a volley of flaming arrows, raining down on the orc camp. Many are killed instantly, while others tank the hits and go berserk. Helmet gives the order. 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Cavalry battalions form a wedge and charge. As they advance, Helmet asks Dale what he thinks. Dale analyzes it instantly. Each horse's hooves strike the ground twice per second, putting them at roughly 40 kilometers per hour. Combined with the weight of armored riders and long lances locked in place, the impact force is overwhelming. With aura enhancing the formation, even orcs won't be able to stop it. This will be completely one-sided. Alan confirms this is the true strength of their cavalry. But Helmet warns them not to relax. This is just the beginning. The orcs adapt quickly, raising tower shields and spears, resisting the charge. Helmet notes that while the ambush worked, it wasn't enough to wipe them out. He orders a retreat to regroup and finish them with rotating charges. A signal flare fires. The cavalry pulls back immediately. The orcs hesitate, confused. Then they spot a retreating knight. They throw their spears. One hits, killing the horse instantly. Dale sees it happen. Alan remarks that it's unfortunate. One knight is already down. Dale can't accept that. Why are they already riding him off? He asks why they're just standing there, watching one of their own die. Helmet looks to Alan. Dale doesn't wait for an answer. If the knight falls completely, it'll be too late. At this distance, he needs a single precise shot, one powerful enough to pierce an orc's thick hide. So he starts modifying the formula. He adds a high-precision projectile structure, then a ballistic trajectory calculation for stability. That should be enough. He calls it the Barrett M98B Lapua Magnum formula. He points his finger like a gun. Just as the orc moves in for the kill, Dale fires. The orc's head is blown clean off. Helmet is stunned. That shot came from a massive distance, with insane accuracy. Alan is just as shocked. Dale, however, is already moving. Helmet asks where he's going. Alan tells him to let him go. At his age, he just created an original magic formula with that level of destructive power. That means his inner world is already nearing completion. Dale focuses on the battlefield. The orcs are regrouping, and now there are two problems. First, the fallen knight has shaken morale. Second, his original formula is too long for real combat. He needs something faster, simpler. He shortens it. Ice 98 Magnum. Still too long. He settles on one name. Ice Bullet. The soldier looks at him in shock. Dale fires instantly. The orc's head explodes. The soldier asks why he would save someone like him. Dale dismounts and tells him not to worry. House Saxon doesn't abandon loyal swords. Two more orcs rush in. Dale extends his hand. Shadow blade shoots out. One is cut down instantly. He commands it to consume. The other watches in horror as his ally is devoured, reduced to bones before his head is sliced off. It rolls across the ground, the body already stripped clean. Dale casually asks why it's still standing, and fires another ice bullet, splattering himself in orc blood. The soldier is still shaken, saying his legs won't move. Dale realizes what he has to do. He lifts him, Princess carries him, and brings him back to Helmet, saying he'll handle the rest. Helmet rallies the troops. Charge forward, for their house and for the young master's bravery. Back at camp, Alan tells Dale the orcs have been completely subdued. But he has a question. Why did he charge into enemy lines alone? That was reckless. Dale doesn't understand why he's being scolded. So he asks his father directly, why did he rush in? Because Alan himself said these knights are his future to lead. He simply acted in accordance with that responsibility. Alan says that reasoning is weak. Dale is confused. His father is known for valuing his knights, so why act like this? He asks why Alan stood by while one of them was about to die. Alan explains, the Northern Territories constantly face monster hordes. Knights on the front lines don't fight expecting to be saved. Dale argues that he still wanted to save a loyal knight. Alan counters, by doing so, he may have planted the idea that someone will always come to rescue them. And if that mindset spreads, how many knights will actually survive? Then Alan asks how many knights with that mindset would actually survive. The knights of their territory sharpen their blades endlessly to face the threats around them. Only when they reach their absolute limit will he step in himself. And that is the noble duty their house must carry. Dale admits he's right. It's a logical argument he can't refute. He already knew this in his previous life. Yet somehow he forgot. His father places a hand on his shoulder and tells him that the way he acted on his own will was impressive and that he should never lose that spirit. Dale nods. He understands. As Alan opens the tent, he tells him it's time to head back home. The story of Dale charging into a horde of orcs to save a single knight spreads across the empire. It's mostly true, with just a bit of exaggeration, but it spreads like wildfire. Even though Dale finds it embarrassing, it breathes new life into the duchy. A few days later, at the training grounds, all the knights kneel as they greet him. Dale tells them that this isn't necessary. Helmet tells him to stand tall, to carry himself with pride. Then he turns to his men and tells them that for the future of the young master, they must become even stronger. They erupt into cheers. Dale can't help but think they're a bit too passionate. A maid approaches and informs him that guests from House Herdert have arrived. We learn her name is Eve. Dale thanks her. Helmet asks if he's ready, and Dale says it looks like they're about to meet a special guest. House Herdert is led by its patriarch, Bedell. Dale remembers him. In his past life, he killed him, and the house fell with him. He notices Helmet looks slightly uncomfortable, likely recalling the divine sword, the man who led him into knighthood. This might get awkward. They enter. Alan greets him, asking if he was training. Dale says yes. Then the butler announces the guests. A woman and her daughter walk in. Dale notes how impressive it is that she arrived without attendants. She introduces herself as Vanessa and greets the Duke. Alan welcomes her. She then introduces her daughter, Charlotte. Charlotte looks visibly irritated. Dale immediately wonders what her problem is. She questions her mother, asking why she's bowing her head to them. Vanessa tries to stop her, but Alan intervenes, saying they've endured a lot to get this far. He asks Dale to escort Charlotte around the castle. Dale agrees and reaches out his hand. Charlotte recoils instantly and slaps it away. She tells him not to touch her. Dale is caught off guard. Even his parents are surprised. She calls them shameless imperial nobles. Vanessa panics, telling her to apologize. Instead, Charlotte storms off. Dale calls after her, but she slams the door. Vanessa apologizes for her daughter's behavior, saying she's not usually like this. But recent events have made her unstable. Elena asks what happened. Vanessa explains. Count Brandenburg has been assigned as the new overseer of their territory. The same man who killed Hansung. He's known as the Empire's Holy Knight. Infamous and feared, they call him the Pig King. To produce a powerful heir, he seeks out skilled swordswomen, regardless of age. Even Charlotte. Vanessa barely managed to escape before he could touch her, but the trauma remains. As a fallen noble, she has no power to protect her daughter. So she begs them, please take Charlotte in as a maid, so that man will never be able to reach her. Meanwhile, Dale catches up to Charlotte. She's wiping away her tears. He asks if she even knows where she's going. She says she doesn't care. He notices they've ended up at the training grounds. She suddenly asks if his hand is okay. He says it's fine. She seems relieved. Dale realizes that despite her attitude, she's still just a kid. Then she draws her blade. She points it at him and demands a match. She tells him to draw his sword. Dale is confused. She's completely unpredictable. He asks for a reason. She says she's heard the stories about the man who slaughtered 1,000 orcs to save a single knight. Dale realizes she bought into the rumors. She declares that she'll defeat him, the so-called unmatched prodigy. She'll prove she's stronger and protect her house from that man. Dale asks who she means. She answers, Count Brandenburg. Dale freezes for a moment. That name, He could never forget it. The Empire's dog. The man who stabbed him in the back. Now their paths cross again. Dale realizes something. They share the same enemy. She could become a useful ally. But first, she needs a reality check. He walks past her and picks up a training sword. He tells her she's just a child who doesn't understand anything. Then he turns back and tells her, come at him with everything she's got. She says she was already planning to do that, and instantly charges forward. Dale blocks the attack. She keeps pressing, trying to counter, but every thrust is easily deflected. He even looks a little bored. He explains that all he needs to counter her is simple wrist movement. Even though she's using aura, she's channeling it into a rapier that's too large for her frame. Just like a mage builds mana through the circle in their heart, a knight builds aura within their body to push beyond human limits. She really is a knight at her core. She prepares another strike and thrusts again. This time, he actually has to block it properly. She claims that at this level, she has the advantage. She remembers her past. Her father was gone before she was even born. But every night, her mother told her stories about him. She was told she had to protect their house in his place. As the daughter of the Divine Sword, even after their kingdom fell, even after their house collapsed, her sword never stopped. So why? Why does it keep getting stopped by this boy? Something has to be wrong. Dale deliberately leaves an opening. She takes the bait and lunges. But the moment she strikes, he deflects her blade, keeps pressure on it, and then snaps his wrist, sending her sword flying out of her hands. She stares in disbelief. She's the daughter of the Divine Sword. So why can't she win? Dale answers calmly. Because she isn't the Divine Sword. Her pride as his daughter isn't wrong. But as she is now, she can't protect her house from that man. The Holy Swordsman is 10 times stronger than she is right now. She asks what she's supposed to do. Dale turns and begins walking away. Then he says it. He swears on his family name that he will protect House Herd. She's stunned. He continues, until she becomes strong enough to defeat him herself. He'll be her shield. She asks why. He tells her it's because her sword is worth it. But in return, she has to swear to become a sword for him. For House Sachsen. She accepts instantly. She swears her oath. Dale notes that it may sound like a childish promise, but the resolve behind it is strong enough to be called a vow. That night, in his father's office, Alan brings it up. Charlotte has officially joined their house as a maid, and surprisingly, she accepted without hesitation. He asks Dale what happened between them. Dale explains that they made a promise in the name of House Sachsen. He swore to protect House Herdert. Alan asks if he invoked their family's name out of pity. Dale says no. Alan then asks what he's gaining from this. Dale explains that the Divine Sword bloodline carries immense talent. They made a new oath together. What he wants is a new Divine Sword, one that will fight for their duchy. Alan is impressed. He says that's good. Dale adds that the last of the Divine Sword's bloodline is now under their roof, and that's a solid blow against Brandenburg. Meanwhile, Brandenburg is furious. He can't believe that arrogant fool made the first move. He's angry they failed to capture a single girl. One of his men reports that the assassin he sent was killed before reaching House Sachsen. They suspect Charlotte fought them off herself. Brandenburg calls them useless. He walks over to his sword, recalling the moment he betrayed Hans Sung. He smiles. Those were good times. He picks up the holy sword Durandal and licks it. He mutters about his future bride. He'll make sure she bears the perfect heir to wield the holy sword. He orders his men to contact the Thieves' Guild. Send them into the Duke's territory. Pay whatever it takes. Just bring Charlotte back to him. It's been a week since Charlotte swore her oath. She begins adjusting to life at the estate. Instead of just physical training, she's now also learning maid duties, etiquette, discipline, proper conduct. But she still spars with Dale every day. We see them training again. Helmet asks if they're ready. Dale says yes. Charlotte raises her blade. Helmet nods and tells them to begin. Sparks fly as they clash. Dale goes on the offensive, forcing her into a defensive stance. He unleashes a relentless barrage, but she keeps up, blocking every strike. Helmet watches closely. Is this really a fight between children? They may not be on a knight's level yet, but their speed and killing intent are impressive. Dale suddenly grabs his cloak and throws it forward. Charlotte realizes what he's doing. He's blocking her vision. But before she can react, Helmet steps in and stops the match. He says that was excellent work and that Charlotte did well. She snaps back, telling him to stop with the empty praise. She asks what she's lacking. Helmet answers bluntly. If he doesn't push himself, she might catch up to him sooner than he expects. Later, during magic training, they go over mana circles again. The process is mostly the same, You sense the flow of mana circulating through your heart. Wait until it stabilizes. Then engrave that pattern into your body as a mana ring. The problem? It usually takes decades. Sephia, however, is completely confused. He's already completed his second circle. Dale explains. In this world, a mage's mana circle is measured in RPM, rotations per minute of mana flow. A typical first circle mage reaches around 300 revolutions per minute. Right now, his first circle is spinning at 2,000 revolutions per minute. His second circle is already at 400 revolutions per minute to form a new circle. The minimum requirement is 300 revolutions per minute, which means he's already qualified for the third circle. Since he's reached this point, he decides to run an experiment. He wants to enhance his ice bullet. Y equals VT, he strengthens the molecular bonds to increase mass and hardness. Then simulates a large caliber barrel to boost rotation and velocity. He calls it AP Roundy Fires. The projectile spins violently and drills straight through an entire tree. He pauses. Was it always this easy to create something like that? Sephia claps, impressed. She says he always learns incredibly fast. Dale tells her it's thanks to her. She's his master. She smiles. From saving a knight to helping Charlotte, he always uses his strength for the right reasons. His growth may be monstrous, but he isn't. She hugs him tightly, saying she's proud of him. Dale immediately blushes. He says she's way too comfortable with physical contact. This is awkward. Later that day in the courtyard, he's still thinking about it. She probably just sees him as a kid, but he shakes it off. No time for that. Training comes first. He casts Ice Wall, reinforcing it, then prepares another attack, Ice Bullet. But this time, buckshot variation. He fires. Multiple pellets scatter, bouncing inside the ice wall, building pressure until the wall shatters. The fragments ricochet wildly, even back toward him. He quickly deploys a barrier to block it. Next time, he'll try a slug version instead. Charlotte calls out to him. He turns. She says she's been wondering where he's been training. He asks if she's nearby practicing. She nods. She's working on the footwork helmet taught her. He says she really seems to enjoy swordsmanship. She admits that she does. Then she hesitates. She wants to apologize. She reflects on how rude she was before. Corrects herself and calls him young Master Dale. He laughs, says he didn't expect that, then tells her he'll forgive her. She lights up. He also tells her not to be so formal with him. They start talking casually. She says she likes the weather here. She can train late into the night, and the cool air keeps her refreshed. Dale watches her smile, sees how passionate she is. It makes him a little happy. Elsewhere, Elena watches them from a distance. She says time flies. Their son is already at that age. Alan agrees. They look good together. Elena says they need to keep an eye on them. But she's already decided what she has to do. As a mother, she has to guide her son to follow his feelings. They are completely misunderstanding the situation. Later, at the outskirts of the duchy, Elena is distributing supplies to the slums. Every week, she brings food, essentials, and even helps people find work. This year, Dale and Charlotte have started helping her. Charlotte notices a child crying. She asks what's wrong. The boy begs for help. His mother is in danger. Dale immediately senses something off. Still, they follow. They leave their escort knights behind and move through a maze of narrow alleys. Dale analyzes the situation. The request wasn't directed at an adult. It was aimed specifically at Charlotte. Suspicious. He looks up. A man is watching from the rooftop. Dale narrows his eyes. That's someone from the Thieves' Guild, which means this was planned. And the one behind it, Count Brandenburg, their target, is Charlotte. The boy says he'll go bring his mother. He disappears inside. Then, men step out from the alleyways. They surround them. The leader smirks. What are children doing in a place like this? He tells Dale they only want the girl. If he leaves now, he won't get hurt. Dale laughs. He says he swore to protect her, even from trash like them. The leader sighs, says the boy's chivalry is admirable, but misguided. Looks like he'll have to learn how painful the world can be. Charlotte whispers nervously she left her sword behind. Dale steps forward, calm, and tells her not to be afraid. Dale steps forward calmly, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to test a new technique using the shadow cloak. Under the guise of self-defense, two of the men rush him from the front while the other two charge in from behind, surrounding him from all sides. In an instant, a dense black aura spreads outward, engulfing the alley in darkness. The men hesitate in confusion, but the leader immediately senses the danger and reacts. Dale notes how quickly the leader caught on, identifying him as likely a high-ranking thief. The men retreat to create distance, but one of them lags behind by a fraction. That moment is enough. The shadows latch onto him. This is the technique Dale developed after reaching the second circle. Shadow constructs that act like parasites, moving independently to invade and override a target, turning them into an undead puppet. The man begins convulsing as darkness seeps through his body, twisting and warping him. The others can only watch in horror as he transforms, his movements becoming unnatural, his body jerking and distorting until he is no longer human. Hunger replaces his voice. They realize immediately he has been converted. The leader snaps out of it and orders his men to stop hesitating and kill both the undead and Dale, regardless of his status as the Duke's son. He believes that if they simply stab him, he will die like anyone else. The leader then launches forward, moving erratically through the alley at extreme speed, using walls and surfaces to propel himself. His aura flares as he executes rapid assassination maneuvers, confident that no one could block such attacks in this environment. Daggers fly toward Dale. They are instantly stopped. The leader realizes his mistake too late. He is airborne, with nowhere to go. Dale lowers a portion of his defensive wall slightly and fires at point-blank range. The buckshot variation of ice bullet tears into him, shredding his body, though his aura barely prevents immediate death. At the same time, Dale snipes another attacker out of the air, killing him instantly. Charlotte rounds the corner, asking if everything is over, but what she sees stops her. The undead Dale created is tearing through the remaining assassins. The leader drops to his knees, completely overwhelmed. As he tries to retreat, Dale observes that aura users are indeed durable. The man gathers himself, grips his blade, and attempts one final charge. He is cut apart instantly. The undead finishes the rest. Dale leaves it to handle the cleanup and walks over to Charlotte, checking if she is unharmed. She confirms that she is, though still shaken. Behind them, one of the surviving men attempts to escape. Dale notices immediately. He fires, destroying the man's foot and stopping him in place. As the man screams, Dale recalls the parasite. The shadow returns and consumes him, reducing his body to nothing. Another survivor begs for his life, offering to reveal everything he knows. Dale briefly considers it, then kills him without hesitation, having no interest in what he might say. Silence settles over the alley. Charlotte approaches slowly, looking around in shock as she tries to process what just happened. Dale explains that this is the true face of House Sachsen, the power that others fear, and the same power that will protect her. He questions how she feels seeing it firsthand, whether it frightens her. She admits that it does, at least a little, but accepts it because he used that power to protect her. After the vow they made, she has already decided. His house will serve as the shield that protects hers, and in return, she will become the sword that fights for him. She resolves to grow stronger. Dale is impressed by her resolve. He then admits that part of the reason he brought her into his household was due to guilt over what happened to her father 24 years ago, when he killed him on the castle wall. He extends his hand, acknowledging that her decision to stand by him carries far more meaning than he initially realized. Elsewhere, at Count Brandenburg's estate, he reacts with fury upon receiving a box containing the severed head of one of his men. Along with it comes a letter from Duke Alan, formally inviting him to visit the duchy. The message is polite, but the intent is unmistakable. This is not a request. It is a command. Brandenburg understands that he cannot refuse. A few days later, he arrives at the Saxon castle. Alan greets him with composed courtesy, expressing appreciation for his prompt arrival despite the short notice. Brandenburg responds outwardly with confidence, masking his tension, but his attention immediately shifts to Dale and Charlotte. Alan addresses the recent incident, the attempted kidnapping carried out in broad daylight, which has already become a matter of widespread concern throughout the empire. He makes it clear that he can infer the circumstances behind it and expresses disdain that someone who claims loyalty would be involved in such disgraceful actions. Before Brandenburg can respond, Alan raises his hand. A massive surge of aura erupts across the room. Brandenburg barely manages to block it using his holy sword, but the men accompanying him are not as fortunate. They freeze in place as their bodies begin to disintegrate. Their pleas for mercy are cut short as they turn to ash. Brandenburg watches in shock, realizing that even elite knights could not withstand that power. He recognizes the terrifying extent of Alan's mastery over dark magic. He attempts to protest, but Alan silences him immediately. The atmosphere shifts completely. Alan steps forward, his presence alone overwhelming the space. The command is absolute. Brandenburg is ordered to kneel. When he hesitates and questions the consequences, Alan makes it clear that there will be no second warning. The weight of his authority leaves no room for defiance. Brandenburg grits his teeth, acknowledging that even though he has justification on his side, he hadn't expected the Duke to push things this far. Despite his frustration, he lowers himself to his knees. Alan states that, as Brandenburg already understands, he summoned him here in the interest of maintaining peace. However, he makes it unmistakably clear that if Brandenburg ever lays a hand on those children again, he will personally erase every last member of House Brandenburg. He asks him to accept this warning sincerely. The tone shifts as Alan calmly remarks that Brandenburg must be tired from his journey and should go rest and warm himself. Brandenburg restrains his anger, responding that the Duke's generosity is humbling, but circumstances prevent him from staying any longer. Alan simply smirks, offering a polite remark about wishing him a safe return. Dale observes that what his father just demonstrated to one of the Emperor's most loyal retainers will not go unnoticed. This moment will become the spark that ignites unrest across the Empire. What begins as a small ember will spread into something far greater, and eventually, it will become his responsibility to cut down the holy swordsman himself. He hopes the day comes sooner rather than later. Once word spreads that Brandenburg was forced to kneel before the Duke, the very core of the Empire will begin to shake. Outside Alan's office, a cloth is lifted from a table, revealing several bodies. Cephia asks what she is looking at. Alan explains that these are the corpses of members of the Thieves' Guild who attacked Dale, and that every one of them was dealt with by Dale himself. She reacts with visible shock. Some of the bodies are torn apart, others riddled with holes, their insides exposed. For the first time, doubt creeps into her mind. She begins to question whether her teachings have led him down the wrong path. Alan points out that this is precisely why someone like her is needed. Guiding a talent as extraordinary as Dale's requires more than raw strength. It requires wisdom. He offers her the position of chief advisor. She understands what that means. He is not just asking her to remain as a teacher, but to become part of the household itself. Alan emphasizes that Dale depends on her deeply. Even he cannot guide the boy with strength alone, but with her support, things can change. She accepts, recognizing the weight of responsibility she is taking on. At this moment, her most important task is to understand how that child sees the world. Time passes, and it becomes Dale's 10th birthday. Unlike the previous year, the celebration is much larger, with even more nobles from the imperial court attending. Among them, the most notable guest is Marquis Uris. Earlier, guests have been admiring the lavish preparations, surprised by how refined everything is. Many of them realize their previous assumptions about this place have been completely wrong. Dale understands exactly why they are here. The central nobles of the imperial capital, aligned with the Emperor's faction, form the largest and most powerful political force in the Empire. Their presence at this banquet is not simply ceremonial, it serves as a warning. It is a message from the imperial family that any insult toward the holy swordsman will not be ignored. The one delivering that message stands before him, Uris. Known as the Crimson Lord, Uris is the master of the Red Tower, a man who pursues strength through flame, fury, and absolute order. The Red Tower's mages are infamous for their belief that power defines righteousness, and they have never hesitated to act in pursuit of ambition. Dale himself had once been subjected to their experimental modifications. Uris acknowledges Dale's reputation, recognizing his unmatched magical talent and the rumors that he single-handedly eliminated a horde of orcs to protect his family's knights. As expected of the Duke's son, Dale responds politely, expressing hope that Uris enjoys the evening and thanking him for his words. Afterward, Dale steps away from the banquet hall, feeling drained. Being celebrated like this every year feels exhausting. He would much rather be training with Charlotte, but her official role as his mother's maid makes that difficult. If it became known that the daughter of the Divine Sword was sparring with him, it could put her at risk. He considers training alone instead. Then he hears a scream. A man's voice follows, telling a maid to learn her place. Dale recognizes the voice and moves toward it. He finds Eve pinned to the ground, pleading for them to stop. The man mocks her for invoking the Duke's name, questioning how someone of her status could dare to do so. He draws a knife, pointing out that everyone is busy celebrating the young master's birthday, and presses the blade to her throat. He suggests that instead of wasting time, he would rather spend it with her, warning that if she resists again, he will kill her. He tells her to stop resisting and obey. Dale steps in. In a world built on strict hierarchy, no one expects someone like him to act first. But he does. A shot flies past the man's ear. The man freezes, dropping to the ground in shock. Dale could have killed him, but chose not to, at least not yet. He knows that directly opposing people tied to the Emperor is not a trivial matter. Even so, he has no intention of backing down. The man demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Dale gives a single command. Kneel. Petro questions what Dale is talking about, but Dale immediately presses him, asking if he's deaf and ordering him to get on his knees and apologize to Eve, making it clear that she serves his household and is a member of House Sachsen. Petro grows irritated and declares that he stands there as a representative of the Emperor himself. From his perspective, being insulted over the defense of a mere maid is equivalent to insulting the Emperor. Dale responds by questioning whether the Emperor takes pleasure in violating servants from noble houses for sport. Petro reacts with outrage, demanding how he could say something like that. At that moment, Alan and the others arrive at the scene. Dale gives Petro one final warning, telling him to kneel. Yuri's finds the situation amusing. Alan asks what is happening, and Dale explains that Petro attempted to assault Eve. Petro quickly shifts his tone, expressing relief that Alan has arrived and claiming that the young master is acting recklessly. As Petro begins to stand, Dale immediately stops him, making it clear that he never gave permission for him to rise. Dale then addresses everyone present, stating that those entrusted to act in the Emperor's name carry a great responsibility. Yet this man has tried to defile a maid, thereby tarnishing the Emperor's name. Because of that, he cannot allow such behavior to go unpunished. Yuri's laughs, acknowledging that Dale's reasoning is sharp and that what he said is entirely correct. Someone entrusted with the Emperor's authority lowering himself to such behavior is disgraceful. Petro begins to wonder if Yuri's is about to defend him, but instead, Yuri's raises his hand and summons flames. Without hesitation, he directs the fire at Petro, treating him as nothing more than a worthless insect. Panicked, Petro tries to run, but his body slows him down. The flames strike him from behind, engulfing him. His screams fill the air as he burns. Yuri's remarks that Dale spoke nothing but the truth and frames the act as the purification of someone who dared to insult the Empire and its authority. He expresses interest in Dale's future, making it clear that he is trying to draw closer to him. Dale recognizes this intention immediately. Once the incident settles, the Imperial representatives depart, and calm returns to the household. Sometime later, Eve wakes Dale, informing him that it is time to get up. He thanks her, and she modestly brushes it off. He senses hesitation in her and asks if there is something she wants to say. She thanks him, saying it is an honor for someone like her to serve him. Dale questions if that was the reason for her hesitation. Having lived in two different worlds, he still finds himself unfamiliar with this kind of emotion and realizes he will need time to get used to it. He thanks her as well, but at the same time, he understands the weight of his position as the eldest son of the house. He resolves to use that weight however necessary, even if it means one day bringing down the Empire itself. Later, Alan speaks with him, noting that while he is clever, his recent behavior has been unusual. He asks Dale to explain himself. Dale reflects before answering, stating that if the otherworldly hero had not died in battle with a divine sword, then the next place that sword would have been wielded would have been within their duchy. Alan calls it a blasphemous claim and questions how he could be so certain. Dale briefly considers how to respond, then explains that he has come to this conclusion based on records and reasoning. He believes that in his previous life, the Empire had already begun plotting against House Sachsen. They abandoned the hero, fearing what might happen if their control over him was lost. He continues, explaining that even after the hero defeated the Demon King, the Empire failed to eliminate the darkness in that domain. Instead, they imposed unreasonable orders, forcing House Sachsen to cultivate the land and turn it into imperial territory, demanding constant sacrifice. They even assigned that burden directly to their house. As long as the darkness in that land remains, their suffering will never end. At the same time, People both within the Empire and beyond its northern borders label them as a clan of darkness. Just as the Empire abandoned the hero, it would eventually seek to eliminate any internal threat. If House Sachsen were seen as dangerous, they would be targeted as well. Alan questions how Dale knows the hero was abandoned. Dale clarifies that his conclusions are based on logical deductions drawn from historical records. Officially, the hero is said to have died honorably in battle against the Divine Sword, but that explanation does not fully align with the circumstances. Alan admits that his reaction is natural, as only a select few know the truth behind the hero's death. Dale continues, stating that if his reasoning is correct, then the Empire operates as an oppressive force, conquering weaker nations and consolidating power through control and fear. Alan is struck by the depth of his thinking, noting that his insight is far beyond what one would expect from someone his age. He then asks what course of action Dale believes their house should take. Dale answers without hesitation. They cannot coexist with the Empire. Therefore, it must be destroyed. Alan is taken aback, and the atmosphere becomes tense. He questions whether Dale truly understands the weight of what he is suggesting. Dale clarifies that he is not proposing an immediate rebellion. Instead, he is speaking of a plan that would unfold over the next 10 years. Alan asks why 10 years. Dale explains that resistance movements already exist across the continent, with factions pushing for independence. There are also vassals who live in fear that the Empire may one day turn against them. The economy continues to decline, and with it, banditry rises day by day. Even though the unification of the 7 continents has already been achieved, the aftermath of war has only made things worse. By the time the situation reaches its peak, they will need enough strength to defend their house against the Empire. They will also support resistance forces operating across multiple regions. Dale continues laying out his plan to bring down the Empire, speaking at length until the sun begins to set. When he finally finishes, he asks his father what he thinks. Alan begins to chuckle, and then breaks into full laughter. He says that Dale's talents truly have no limits, that he can see things Alan himself cannot, and that he is proud to call him his son. From this point forward, Dale will no longer be treated as just the Duke's eldest son or as a 10-year-old child. He will be recognized as the heir, the one who will one day lead their house. As the head of the house, Alan declares that he will listen to and respect his words. Dale smiles, saying he has been waiting for this moment. Now that he has been granted the authority to influence the power of the house, his father tells him to speak freely and asks what decision he will make first. Dale understands that this means he will be treated as an equal. With that in mind, he requests permission to take the Tower trial in the necropolis. The Tower trial is a system used to determine a mage's rank. Participants face the guardians of the magic tower, and defeating higher-rank guardians raises their standing. Those who reach the top earn the title of Tower Elder, while the one who conquers the summit becomes the Magic Tower Master. Alan questions whether he truly intends to enter such a dangerous place, warning that it is far too early for him. Dale has not even completed his 3rd circle yet, and the risk of death is high. Dale responds that it is only a matter of time. Alan explains that most mages only achieve the 3rd circle in their mid-20s. Even for someone like Dale, who has already reached the 2nd circle, it would still be extremely difficult. Dale insists that this decision is not just for himself, but for the house as well. When asked why, he explains that proving himself through the trial will solidify his position as heir. It will give him a reputation built on undeniable results rather than rumors and exaggerated stories. Alan realizes that Dale intends to use the tower as a means of establishing his legitimacy. This makes him smile and laugh again before ultimately leaving the decision in Dale's hands. Dale states that he will prove it. A few days later, they arrive at the necropolis, the city of death. At the gate, Alan steps forward as the crowd greets him loudly, welcoming him with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Dale feels exhausted from the journey, wondering if he pushed himself too hard once again. The onlookers begin whispering, questioning whether the rumors about Dale are true. Some note that he does not look well, while others argue that his swordsmanship is said to rival the knights of the Duke's household. Then a man steps forward, laughing confidently as he introduces himself as Velik. He claims to be the top graduate of the academy and declares that he is the one most destined to win the Tower trial. His companion supports him, confidently stating that he will crush a child like Dale without difficulty. At that moment, a woman approaches and greets them, showing respect to the Tower Master. Alan acknowledges her, and it is revealed that her name is Iris. She is an elder of the tower and serves as the Secretary General, overseeing administrative duties in Alan's absence. She expresses that it is an honor to serve the young master. Alan informs Dale that Iris will assist him during the trial. Dale accepts and places himself under her guidance. Iris explains that 59 Academy graduates have gathered, and all of them will participate in the trial alongside him. She opens the doors, revealing the other participants inside. Standing before them, she begins explaining the first stage, the first-tier trial. She instructs everyone to check the necklace around their necks, known as the life necklace. The trial is essentially a battle royale based on life points. Each necklace contains a protective shield spell and a single life point. When a participant lands a valid hit using the corpses scattered across the field, the opponent's necklace activates its shield and shatters, resulting in elimination. The attacker gains 1 additional life point. Any participant who reaches a total of 3 life points advances to the next floor. She adds that using artifacts is strictly forbidden, and anyone caught doing so will be disqualified. The participants recognize that these rules are designed to eliminate weaker competitors quickly, though they comment on how bluntly it is presented. Velik suggests that everyone should gang up on Dale, calling him a monster for already being at the level of a third circle mage. His companion questions whether targeting him is allowed, but Velik assures him that from the moment they entered, they became competitors, and anything within the rules is fair game. Dale simply laughs, noting that Velik at least has confidence, and expresses interest in seeing whether his abilities can match his words. Iris announces the start of the trial. As the signal is given, everyone immediately begins casting their spells. Dale remains standing at the center, surrounded by them all. At the start of the trial, all the participants immediately raise undead and send them charging toward Dale. One of the undead reaches him first and swings down, but the attack is blocked. The others are caught off guard when they realize Dale has already summoned his own undead. His is noticeably stronger, infused with the ice element, and as it lets out a roar, several of the other undead falter and drop their weapons. They quickly understand that he is combining ice magic with necromancy, making him a dual-element mage, and they can hardly believe it. Dale's undead cuts down one opponent and moves in from behind for another strike, but when an enemy attempts a surprise attack, his undead intercepts it. Dale points out that trying to destroy his undead is pointless since it is reinforced with ice armor, and his summon finishes off the attacker without difficulty. Velik begins to protest, claiming that Dale is breaking the rules. Only necromancy and control over undead should be allowed, and enhancements like this should be forbidden. Dale counters that there is no rule stating he can only strengthen undead with dark magic. Since the trial continues uninterrupted, it becomes clear that he is correct. Frustrated, Velik and his ally start shouting, urging the others to band together and overwhelm Dale with numbers. Dale remarks that it is unfortunate his artifact is banned, but given the situation, he will simply handle it another way. He begins weaving through the incoming attacks, closing the distance to his opponents. One of the undead blocks his path and swings down, but Dale ducks, not to evade, but to catch the motion and use it to build momentum. He counters immediately, striking the arm of the undead, seizing its weapon, and cutting it cleanly in half. Velik and the others are stunned, unable to comprehend how easily he dismantled it, before realizing that Dale is reinforcing the blade to increase its durability. Another undead charges him, and Dale leaps into the air to avoid the strike before countering mid-motion, slicing it apart as well. Velik declares that Dale has just destroyed his last undead and assumes that, as a mage, Dale will struggle in close combat. However, Dale continues advancing, cutting down opponent after opponent. When he finally reaches Velik, the latter panics and immediately surrenders. Dale laughs, pointing out that it is not as if he is actually going to die. Even so, Velik is paralyzed with fear. Dale knocks him on the head, and Velik calls him a monster before losing consciousness. With that, the first trial concludes. Dale clears it alone, accumulating all 60 life points. He acknowledges this as his first true step forward. The second tier begins, where the objective is to defeat a guardian creature known as a flesh golem. Typically, survivors of the first tier work together, but since Dale eliminated everyone, he must face it alone. Unlike the previous stage, all forms of magic are now permitted, except for artifacts. The golem slams its massive hand down where Dale had been standing, but it misses. Moments later, It notices its own hand beginning to burn and decay. Confused, it examines the damage as Dale employs a technique known as accelerated decay. Alan and Iris observe this, noting how unusual it is. They question why Dale would choose to rot the creature instead of destroying it outright. Dale reflects on his past life, where such strategies were just as important as raw power, referring to it as biochemical warfare, even though the smell is unbearable. Through this method, he dismantles the golem, demonstrating how black magic can replicate the grotesque effects of biochemical decay. By the end of the trial, he pushes through to the 10th tier, setting a new record. He is granted 4 days of rest before attempting the 11th tier. Meanwhile, due to the overwhelming defeat of all other participants in the first tier, a rare retrial is authorized for them, everyone except Dale. That same night, Dale is seen resting near a fountain when Sephia approaches him, telling him he performed well. He credits her teachings for his success, which makes her genuinely happy. He then unexpectedly asks her if she would like to go out with him. Surprised, she hesitates as he explains that there is a festival happening in the city and suggests they go together. Though confused by a child asking her on a date, she agrees, assuming he simply does not understand what he is implying. Dale is fully aware of how she interprets it, quietly amused by the misunderstanding. They head to the festival together. Sephia asks if he is tired after the trial, and he reassures her that he is fine, noting that he still has a few days before the next stage begins. As they walk, the atmosphere becomes somewhat awkward. He comments on how beautiful the moon is that night, and she agrees. The conversation does not flow as easily as before, yet the silence between them is not uncomfortable. He reflects that it has always been this way with her, perhaps because she believed in him from the very beginning. He finds himself wanting to grow closer to her. A few days earlier, when he finally reached the 3rd circle, Dale came to understand what it truly meant to face his inner world. As his nose began to bleed, he pushed his mana beyond the limits of the 2nd circle, forcing it to overflow. Only by enduring the rampage of unstable mana could he break through to the next stage. As the surge intensified, he felt as if a sword pierced straight through his chest. When he turned, instead of an attacker, he found himself standing in a vast, snow-covered field. He recalled what Sephia had once told him, that deep meditation reveals one's inner world, and realized that he was now witnessing his own. In that moment, he recognized himself as Hansung again, acknowledging this as his world of realization. But as soon as he reached that conclusion, the world shattered, and he returned to being Dale. He understood then that there had been nothing there from the start, only emptiness. Within that hollow world, Sephia had been the one who reached out to him. That realization made it clear why she was the one who brought light into his otherwise empty existence. Back in the present, he tells her that he likes her. She is surprised and asks him to repeat himself, and he does. She smiles and pulls him into a hug, treating him as a child as she tells him that she understands and that she likes him very much as well. Dale reflects on how living a second life certainly has its advantages. A few days later, the 11th trial begins. Dale notes that he has made no progress with Sephia, as she dismisses his feelings as nothing more than a childish crush. For now, his focus must remain on the trial. Iris explains that this stage is a one-on-one duel, with the winner advancing to the 12th floor. Dale's opponent is a 3rd circle master named Albert Rosenheim, who expresses his respect while making it clear that he will not hold back just because Dale is a child. Dale smirks, recognizing that with the artifact restriction lifted, he can now use his full arsenal of strategies. The life necklace will no longer guarantee safety, and there is no reason for him to hold back. He intends to demonstrate the difference in their power completely. Before Iris can even finish announcing the start of the duel, Albert launches a surprise attack, triggering an explosion. He warns Dale to stay sharp, stating that he is nothing like the Academy rookies Dale faced before, and declares that his streak will end here as he unleashes a barrage of dark arrows. Dale dodges each attack while analyzing the situation. He notes that initiating an attack before the duel officially begins is clearly a violation, yet the judges make no move to stop it. They are likely interested in seeing how strong he truly is. To him, this reflects the ruthless meritocracy of mages, something he has always disliked. Albert continues his assault, commanding his undead forces to rise and obey him. Dale finds the display excessive, but acknowledges that Albert is still stronger than the average opponent he has faced so far. As the attacks continue, Dale evades them one by one. Albert questions how long he plans to keep dodging, pointing out that he cannot win without counterattacking. Dale finally steps back from another strike and retaliates, cutting down one of the undead with his artifact. Albert responds immediately by triggering a corpse explosion, causing the fallen undead to swell and detonate. He confidently declares himself the victor, only to realize that Dale has vanished. Dale reappears behind him, calling out the cowardice of attacking a child unfairly. Albert panics, unable to locate him, until Dale reveals himself, remarking on how flustered he looks. He acknowledges the sneak attack is clever, but far from sufficient. At that moment, Dale's artifact reacts, asking for permission to consume Albert as its shadowy appendages wrap around his legs. Dale allows it, cautioning it not to overindulge. The scene turns horrifying as Albert's limbs begin to twist and break under the pressure. He screams in agony, begging for mercy. Dale, unfazed, orders the artifact to stop before it goes too far. Albert collapses, defeated, and Dale is declared the winner. Turning to the remaining participants, Dale casually asks who will face him next. Faced with what they just witnessed, everyone immediately surrenders, resulting in consecutive default victories. He continues advancing through the tower, refining his third magic circle with each battle as he overcomes one guardian after another. By the time he reaches the 20th tier, he finally encounters a truly formidable opponent, the Headless Knight. This entity, created by one of the tower elders, is unlike anything he has faced before. Even for Dale, this may be his limit. Dale remarks that it would be boring if things went as expected. As he raises his hand, he activates the intimidation effect of his shadow cloak. The overwhelming pressure spreads across the area, affecting even the observers. The Headless Knight responds by dropping to one knee, shocking everyone watching. But from Dale's perspective, the scene is entirely different. Instead of the battlefield, he sees his own inner world standing before the knight. The Headless Knight extends its sword toward Dale in a gesture of respect. In response, Dale calmly commands it to end itself. Without hesitation, the knight drives its blade through its own chest, its form collapsing as nothing more than empty armor falling to the ground. Its loyalty runs so deep that it abandons its role as a guardian entirely. For a moment, silence fills the space, and Dale realizes he may have gone a bit too far. He acknowledges that their shock is understandable. A construct has betrayed its creator and pledged loyalty to him instead, which serves as proof that he has reached a level comparable to a Tower Elder. Even so, he had not intended for things to escalate this far. Having already proven more than enough, he decides there is no need to continue. As he turns toward the exit, people question why he is leaving when he could clearly advance further. Dale explains that even if he is capable of going higher, there is a boundary he has no intention of crossing. Beyond this tier lies a realm feared even by monsters, something entirely unknown. With that decision, his trial comes to an end. In response to his performance, the entire tower rises in unison like a military formation. Nobles and elders alike demonstrate their loyalty, and every mage within the tower pays their respects to both father and son. Dale's overwhelming display of power begins to unify the northern territories under their banner. Back in the Northern Duchy, the Black Cavalry is seen carrying out another subjugation mission, with Dale now commanding them. After successfully completing the tower trial, his father entrusted him with leadership of the Orc Extermination Squad, a responsibility far beyond what would normally be given to a 10-year-old. Despite this, no one questions his ability, and as the rightful heir, he steadily begins consolidating control over the north. Upon returning from a mission, Dale reports that they eliminated 145 orcs. When asked about casualties, he states that only 3 sustained minor injuries, with no fatalities. His father asks whether he used magic to protect them, but Dale clarifies that their success was purely the result of their training. Satisfied, his father praises him, and Dale responds with a smile. Helmet observes that Dale has already grown comfortable commanding large cavalry units. Dale attributes this to Helmet's teachings in swordsmanship, tactics, and military strategy. Helmet remarks that at this pace, it will not be long before Dale is leading full-scale territorial wars. Dale accepts this without hesitation, welcoming the prospect of a greater stage. During training with Charlotte, her improvement becomes evident as she focuses on her footwork. She executes a precise thrust with her rapier, but it is still not enough to overcome Dale. He easily evades and counters, forcing her onto the defensive. As he presses forward and dashes past her, he prepares to finish the exchange, only to find her blade suddenly at his throat when he turns back. He acknowledges her progress, though she remains dissatisfied, pointing out that he had already placed his blade at her throat first. She expresses frustration at not being able to match him. Dale realizes he may have pushed her too hard. She points out that he is already a third circle mage and has cleared the 20th tier of the tower, and since then, everyone constantly refers to him as the young master. She believes people will eventually grow tired of it. Dale reassures her that she will become stronger as well, noting that for a 10-year-old, she is already exceptional. She protests being treated like a child, only for him to point out that she still is one. She fires back that he is as well, though he insists that he is mentally an adult. She laughs it off, choosing to drop the argument. Later, Dale trains with Helmet, focusing on the hammer and anvil tactic. This strategy involves deploying cavalry on one or both flanks to break through the enemy's wings and encircle them, while infantry holds the center and blocks the opposing cavalry. The name comes from the idea of striking iron placed on an anvil with a hammer. It is a tactic heavily reliant on cavalry strength. Dale notes that such a strategy is only possible because of the Black Cavalry, and that the patterns of warfare seem consistent across different worlds. He then asks about Charlotte's progress. Helmet explains that while she cannot yet match Dale, her talent is undeniable. She has already built a solid foundation in swordsmanship and will soon begin formally inheriting their aura cultivation and techniques. However, there is a concern. Dale recognizes that the issue lies in her compatibility with her sword style. While mages refine mana into magic through heart-formed circles, knights refine mana into aura through cultivation. Mages establish magic towers through structured mastery, while knights establish orders by passing down their techniques. The Black Cavalry of the North exemplifies overwhelming force, embodying a style that crushes opponents through sheer power. In contrast, Charlotte's swordsmanship emphasizes speed and fluidity, relying on swift, free-flowing motion. Even with her talent, she may one day reach the lower ranks of the 7 sword masters. But even then, she will never attain the pinnacle, the position of the first sword once held by her father. Dale recognizes that Helmet is referring to the Sword of Blossom, a technique that once defined Charlotte's lineage. However, that sword art was lost with the fall of the Knight Nation, and he wonders if it may have disappeared from the world entirely. From that point on, his days become even more relentless. Balancing monster subjugation with constant study, his reputation continues to rise. Eventually, the time comes for him to demonstrate the results of his growth. During a meeting, Alan asks for clarification after hearing unexpected news. A report confirms that a neighboring territory, led by Baron Parker, has filed for a territorial war, claiming ownership of a copper mine that rightfully belongs to them. Dale reflects that in this world, borders between lands are often unclear, but even so, it is absurd for a low-ranking noble to challenge a high-ranking house like theirs. The report continues. If they refuse to yield the mine or accept the challenge, Count Brandenburg has declared that he will support the Baron's claim. Furthermore, a letter has arrived offering to dispatch the Knights of St. Magdalena in exchange for a share of the mine's profits. Dale clenches his teeth, recognizing the move for what it is. Brandenburg clearly has not forgotten the humiliation of being forced to kneel, and now he is attempting to retaliate indirectly. Rather than initiating open war, he has chosen a contested border where his involvement remains ambiguous. Dale immediately declares that he will personally command the battle alongside their knights. Alan refuses. He states that it is too early for Dale to bear such responsibility and warns him not to speak recklessly. Fighting monsters is entirely different from waging war against people. He assures Baron Greenbelt that he will personally protect the mine. Greenbelt expresses his gratitude, while Dale is left visibly frustrated. He sighs, knowing he is capable, yet unable to convince his father. Helmet approaches him, advising him not to take Alan's words too harshly. While he may be disappointed, there must be a reason behind the decision, and it is likely that Alan is preparing something for him. Changing the subject, Helmet introduces a strategic board game and offers to teach him. Dale immediately recognizes it as chess, though in this world it is called a war game. Helmet explains that it closely mirrors real warfare, making it complex but extremely valuable once mastered. Playing against each other would allow them to explore battlefield strategies in depth. Without hesitation, Dale grabs the board and rushes off, declaring that this is exactly what he needed. Helmet calls after him, confused about where he is going. Shortly after, Dale presents his proposal to Alan. If he can defeat him in the war game, he will be allowed to participate in the territorial war. He explains that war is not just about strength, but a contest of minds, and he wants to be evaluated through strategy. Helmet tries to intervene, but Alan stops him, deciding to accept the challenge. If Dale wins, he will grant his request. If he loses, he must abandon the idea entirely. The match begins with Helmet observing. Despite Alan granting himself advantages in troop numbers, unit strength, and terrain, Dale manages to win 2 out of 3 matches. Helmet is stunned, unable to believe that Dale has defeated the Duke under such conditions. Dale calmly asks if his father will honor the agreement. Alan sighs, asking when he even learned the game. Dale claims he studied it from a book in the library years ago, though this is not the truth. A promise is a promise. Alan grants him full command of the knights for the upcoming battle. Helmet once again tries to object, but Alan remains firm. The honor of their house is on the line, and failure will not be tolerated. He asks Dale one final time if he can truly shoulder the burden of the battle on his own. Dale answers without hesitation, asking for his trust and promising to prove himself. Alan accepts, instructing him to demonstrate everything he has built so far and return victorious. Elsewhere, in Brandenburg's territory, he is visibly agitated as he confronts his son, Philip. He demands to know what he has been doing, mocking his incompetence. Philip dismisses the situation, pointing out that their opponent is just a 10-year-old leading an army, and asks for permission to crush him. Brandenburg slams his hand down in anger, calling Dale a monster far beyond anything Philip could ever match. He berates his son, calling him inferior to a child and criticizing him for failing to secure Charlotte earlier. Despite his frustration, he assigns Philip to accompany the army, though only as a figurehead. The true command will be handled by Sir Mills. Philip protests, but Brandenburg makes it clear that his role is merely to stand there and represent the force. As Philip is led away, Brandenburg reflects on the situation. He cannot personally take the field against the child, and he wonders whether this entire scenario was part of the Duke's plan from the beginning. A few days later, in Baron Greenbelt's territory, tension hangs in the air as he waits anxiously. Dale arrives, greeted with relief and gratitude for coming from so far away. However, some of the Baron's men remain skeptical, questioning whether they should trust someone so young. Others argue that his reputation as a prodigy is reason enough. Greenbelt admits that his presence is reassuring, though he still finds it hard to believe they sent a child. He suggests attending a banquet first, but Dale immediately refuses, stating that there is no time for such formalities. Instead, he draws his blade and points it forward, declaring that he wants to inspect the condition of the troops under his command. Among them, he intends to identify the strongest soldier. A red-haired knight steps forward confidently, declaring himself the strongest warrior in the territory and boasting that nobody born in this region could ever defeat him. Internally, he dismisses Dale as nothing more than a spoiled, noble child who inherited authority through birth alone. He silently vows to put Dale in his place. Without saying a word, Dale calmly strips away the man's confidence. Baron Greenbelt panics as Dale raises his sword once more. Dale observes that everyone present clearly doubts his abilities. He understands why. To them, he is just a 10-year-old child suddenly placed in command of a crucial battle. Planting his sword into the ground, Dale remarks that he also has doubts, specifically regarding the competence of the Baron's knights. He proposes a duel as the fairest way to settle their mutual distrust. Then, with open mockery, he points out that their so-called strongest knight is visibly drunk. Dale remarks that the man has already proven himself unreliable without needing any further test. The red-haired knight scoffs, asking whether drinking has made Dale bold enough to challenge him. Still, he accepts the duel and draws his blade. The two stand opposite each other as the soldiers gather to watch. The knight introduces himself as Harbuck. In response, Dale calmly states that he will test the worth of the Baron's sword with the honor of his own. The duel begins. Dale asks Harbuck whether he has heard rumors about his unusual sword style. Harbuck admits he has heard many stories about Dale's strange techniques and questions where such confidence could possibly come from. He wonders whether the boy truly possesses some kind of hidden skill. The moment Harbuck charges forward, a violent clash erupts between them, shock waves tearing across the ground. Dale's movement alone sends Harbuck skidding backward. The exchange intensifies as Harbuck unleashes aura-infused slashes while Dale counters with dark energy. Purple shadows begin spreading across the battlefield, shocking Harbuck as Dale's control over dark magic envelopes the area. The two continue clashing in a relentless flurry of blows. Harbuck roars as his aura blade collides against Dale's dark power, but Dale maintains complete focus, steadily pressing him back. Narration notes that Harbuck's aura is nowhere near the level of true high-ranking knights capable of fully manifesting aura blades. Seeing that Harbuck is genuinely fighting with everything he has, Dale decides to respond seriously as well. Dark magic gathers around him as a sinister spell circle forms in the air. Harbuck suddenly finds himself trapped inside a swirling field of shadows and demands to know what is happening. The darkness wraps around him, causing panic to spread across his face. He struggles desperately inside the encroaching shadows, trying to defend himself. Harbuck curses repeatedly as Dale's artifact and relentless attacks completely destroy his concentration. Dark projectiles continuously rain down from the spell's circle while Dale calmly evaluates the fight. To his disappointment, Dale realizes Harbuck's skill is actually mediocre. Then, unexpectedly, Harbuck suddenly collapses onto the ground, screaming in agony. The duel ends instantly. Even Dale stares in disbelief, wondering if Harbuck really lost that easily. Baron Greenbelt immediately panics, shouting at Dale for incapacitating one of his elite knights right before the upcoming battle. Dale suppresses his irritation and asks whether the Baron truly understands the situation they are facing. He bluntly states that with skill levels this pathetic, Greenbelt's forces would only become deadweight during the coming war. He questions whether the Baron intended to let House Sachsen handle all the fighting while his own men stood by and watched. Dale then asks whether Harbuck is truly the knight the Baron proudly considers his strongest. He declares that House Sachsen has never hesitated to become a shield for its allies. However, he adds that such loyalty does not excuse the Baron from fulfilling his own responsibilities. Therefore, until the battle begins, Dale announces that the Knights of House Sachsen will become Greenbelt's sword. Standing before the assembled troops, Dale orders the knights to choose. They can either follow his command or lose their territory to the enemy. Overwhelmed by both fear and admiration, the knights slowly kneel before him, acknowledging his authority. Dale stands before the kneeling soldiers with his sword in hand as they wait for his next command. One by one, the knights formally pledge their loyalty to the young heir. Night falls over the grand estate as the scene shifts indoors. A woman expresses concern, but she is reassured that there is nothing to fear. The man beside her calmly explains that their child possesses potential far beyond what anyone can currently comprehend. He predicts that when Dale grows older, he will witness things that even he himself cannot understand. The father smiles proudly as he speaks about his son's future. Meanwhile, Dale recalls his parents declaring that he would one day rule the world, causing him to despair internally at how hopelessly unrealistic they sounded. Sitting alone on his bed, Dale reflects that he has lived like a sheltered frog trapped inside a well. Now that he has finally seen more of the outside world, he realizes just how incompetent most people truly are. Thinking back on the Holy Swordsman's interference in Greenbelt's territory, Dale decides that from this point onward, he will begin making plans of his own. The next morning dawns bright over the castle as the sound of heavy breathing echoes through the training grounds. Knights strain through brutal exercises while one struggles to drag a massive boulder across the dirt. Completely exhausted, several knights beg for mercy, but their instructor immediately shouts that they are nowhere near finished. From beneath a canopy throne overlooking the field, Dale watches silently before ordering one collapsed knight to get back on his feet. He questions whether someone so weak even deserves to call himself a Northern Knight. When the knight tries to claim he is injured, Dale coldly points out that he has not done anything yet worthy of complaint. Dale then orders Sir Bale to completely retrain Baron Greenbelt's knights from basic stamina upward, openly stating that they are currently unqualified soldiers. Afterward, Dale unexpectedly orders a messenger to be sent to Baron Parker with a proposal for negotiations, catching his retainers completely off guard. He clarifies that he has no intention of accepting some humiliating peace settlement. He simply wants to meet someone before the battle begins. Soon afterward, a neutral tent is established along the border as the official negotiation site between the two baronies. Inside the tent, Dale sits calmly at the table while Saxon knights stand guard behind him. Dressed in formal attire, he begins the meeting by explaining that both sides likely only have a few weeks at most before the conflict erupts. He points out that the Knights of St. Magdalena are currently marching long distance while carrying limited supplies, making a preemptive strike highly likely. At the same time, he acknowledges that Baron Parker's forces are strong enough that underestimating them would be foolish. A moment later, Lord Philip enters the tent and takes a seat across from Dale. The instant Dale sees him, he realizes the enemy sent exactly the two men he expected. Inwardly, he dismisses the blonde-haired Philip as nothing more than a hollow figurehead commander brought along for appearances. Meanwhile, the stoic knight standing behind him is immediately recognized as Sir Milvas, the true commander of their forces. Dale greets Philip politely, while Philip laughs mockingly as he takes his seat. Philip ridicules Dale for suddenly wanting negotiations after everything that has happened and openly mocks him as a frightened child trying to avoid war. Dale remains completely calm. Instead, he asks Philip why they even accepted his offer to negotiate in the first place. As Philip begins answering, Dale abruptly cuts him off and clarifies that he was not speaking to him. He bluntly states that Philip is merely a puppet commander and that the real person he wishes to speak to is the man standing behind him. Then Dale directly names Sir Milvas as the true sword of their army. Both Philip and Milvas visibly tense at the accusation. Smiling faintly, Dale asks whether he is wrong. He questions why the holy swordsman would entrust an entire battlefield to someone untalented. He continues pressing the issue, wondering aloud why command authority would ever be handed to someone with no real ability. Milvas quickly tells Philip not to fall for the provocation, but internally he begins panicking after realizing Dale somehow knows Count Brandenburg secretly views Philip as a disgrace, information known only to a select few. Dale calmly asks Philip how it feels knowing his own father has absolutely no trust in him. At that point, Milvas abruptly declares the negotiations over and urges Philip to leave immediately, insisting they have no reason to remain any longer. Philip angrily agrees and starts to rise from his seat. However, Dale casually criticizes him for immediately bowing his head and obeying someone supposedly beneath him. He remarks that Philip looks more like a servant than a commander and questions whether behaving like a slave truly suits the firstborn son of House Brandenburg. Clearly rattled, Philip compares the situation to a dog placing a leash around its own master. Milvas desperately tries to stop him from reacting, but Philip furiously orders him to stay silent. Watching the entire exchange with amusement, Dale stretches lazily before commenting that he can no longer tell whether Philip is the holy swordsman's puppet or Milvas's puppet. He repeats, once again, that Philip appears to be nothing more than a figure controlled by everyone around him. Meanwhile, Dale privately reveals to himself that these negotiations were never meant to achieve peace. Their true purpose is to destabilize the enemy's chain of command before the war even begins. To continue the trap, Dale orders Sir Bale to step outside and leave him alone with the opposing leaders. Bale obeys immediately, leaving Dale alone inside the tent with Philip and Milvas. Dale cheerfully suggests that they continue speaking privately from this point onward. He proposes that only the highest-ranking commanders should discuss matters directly. Philip reluctantly acknowledges that both he and Dale ultimately bear responsibility for the battlefield. After a long hesitation, Philip finally agrees to continue the discussion alone. He immediately orders Milvas to leave the tent, asserting his authority as commander. Philip loudly declares that as the highest-ranking officer present, his orders must be obeyed. Milvas protests, fully realizing Philip has completely fallen into Dale's manipulation, but he has no choice except to comply. Reluctantly, Milvas bows and exits the tent. Now alone together, Dale thanks Philip for cooperating and calmly reminds him that he truly did request this meeting for the sake of negotiations. Philip narrows his eyes and asks whether Dale actually possesses an offer capable of convincing him. Dale calmly confirms that he does. Dale proposes that if the Knights of St. Magdalena withdraw from the war immediately, House Saxon will personally provide supplies for their entire return march. The offer immediately shocks Philip. Outraged, Philip demands to know how such terms could possibly count as negotiations, but Dale calmly insists that they do. Dale apologizes if his earlier insults offended Philip, yet he maintains that he genuinely wants their forces to withdraw. Otherwise, he warns, Philip's army will be completely annihilated. Countless knights will be captured, the holy swordsman's reputation will be ruined, and Philip himself will go down in disgrace. Dale coldly adds that this is Philip's final opportunity to preserve even a shred of dignity. Philip laughs bitterly, now convinced that Dale never intended to negotiate at all and only invited them here to mock them. Smiling darkly, Dale remarks that it is unfortunate Philip chose to refuse the offer. He tells Philip that this was his last chance. Then he asks him a simple question. Is he not afraid? Dale explains that if this battle is lost, nobody will blame Milvus. The failure will fall entirely upon Philip's shoulders. History will remember him as the incompetent firstborn son who failed his house. Internally, Philip rejects the thought completely. He refuses to accept such an outcome and swears that Dale's smug confidence will not last much longer. Dale simply tells him to hold onto that confidence while he still can. With that, the negotiations collapse. Shortly afterward, the scene shifts to Greenbelt Barony. From atop Greenbelt's walls, Philip asks the scouts for an update on enemy movements. Milvus reports that House Saxon's forces have already begun mobilizing. As he observes Dale in the distance, Milvus quietly notes the sharpness in the boy's eyes and the calmness in his demeanor. Despite being only 10 years old, Dale does not resemble an inexperienced child in the slightest. Milvus realizes he absolutely cannot underestimate him. At the same time, he decides that Dale's age is precisely why this is their best opportunity to kill him before he matures into something even more dangerous. Milvus resolves to cut him down here and now. Rallying his men, he declares that they will teach Dale the meaning of silence. Back at Greenbelt, a knight reports that the enemy's main army is advancing. Dale praises the messenger before mounting his horse in full armor. Raising his sword high before the assembled knight crow cavalry, Dale proclaims that the time has finally come for the swords of House Saxon to move. He calls on his knights to spill blood worthy of their house's name. The troops roar in response as war horns echo across the battlefield. Cavalry and infantry surge forward simultaneously before crashing into one another in a brutal collision. Milvus's heavy cavalry smashes directly into the defending front lines, cutting down soldiers and tearing openings through the formation. Milvus immediately orders the 1st Cavalry Battalion forward, explaining that victory depends entirely on stopping House Saxon's Night Crow order. Although he does not fully understand the Night Crow cavalry's true strength, he refuses to take unnecessary risks. To ensure stability, he orders Philip to remain at the center of the formation instead of fighting at the front. Meanwhile, Baron Parker's troops are stationed on the left flank to tie down Greenbelt soldiers. During the confusion, Milvus plans to personally lead Count Brandenburg's elite cavalry around the battlefield and strike the Night Crows from the side. As the other wings maintain pressure, Milvus shouts that they cannot afford to miss this opportunity. His cavalry charges downhill. Greenbelt's soldiers scream warnings as the enemy closes in. The Brandenburg Knights immediately countercharge under their banner. A devastating lance strikes tears through a defender, scattering the line apart. Another knight freezes mid-battle after witnessing the sheer violence of the assault. Then Dale suddenly appears on horseback at the front. He declares that this battle will not unfold according to the enemy's plans. Several of his knights cheer after surviving the initial assault, while others become energized upon seeing that the young master himself has entered the front lines. Dale orders everyone not to retreat under any circumstances and commands them to fight until the very end. Then he lowers his lance and charges forward beneath the banner of House Saxon. Watching the battlefield carefully, Milvus observes Dale and his elite forces carving directly through their troops. Milvus quickly realizes Dale intends to decide the battle immediately through a direct clash between both main forces. Even more shocking, Dale is openly using himself as bait. Milvus admits inwardly that the strategy is impressive. At the same time, it is exactly the situation he wanted. Rallying the Knights of St. Magdalena, Milvus calls for a full assault. Other cavalry units charge forward while shouting Count Brandenburg's name. Dale's subcommander immediately orders that no enemy be allowed anywhere near their lord and commands the entire army to advance. The two armies slam together in a massive explosion of steel, aura, and magic. Milvus pushes deeper into the battlefield, declaring that they will finish the war quickly. He orders the 1st Cavalry Battalion to follow him and vows to defeat Dale personally in order to end the conflict. He urges his elite knights to prove their reputation on this very battlefield. Elsewhere in the chaos, the holy swordsman himself cuts through enemy soldiers with terrifying efficiency. A heavily armored green belt knight swings at Milva's with tremendous force. Milva's turns and barely blocks the strike in time. Their blades clash violently as he struggles to hold the attacker back. Nearby, a crimson aura slices down another Brandenburg knight. Milva's watches when his own men fall and immediately realizes the battlefield is becoming increasingly dangerous. Then he senses something strange. Purple energy begins swirling ominously around the battlefield. At the same time, he notices that their elite cavalry is somehow being pushed backward, yet the Night Crow cavalry itself appears strangely underwhelming. The contradiction immediately alarms him. Feeling that something is wrong, Milvas orders a temporary retreat so the lines can reform. He cannot understand why the famed Night Crow cavalry, feared across the continent as battlefield destroyers, appears weaker than expected. Before he can fully process the situation, a messenger rides up from the left flank with urgent news. Milvas learns that Baron Parker's forces are collapsing and can no longer withstand the assault. On the left flank, Baron Parker's forces are cut down in terror as the battlefield spirals into chaos. Milvas is stunned when reports arrive that Greenbelt's knights are actually using aura techniques against them. Another messenger rushes over to Philip with desperate news that Baron Parker's left wing is requesting immediate reinforcements. Moments later, an even worse report arrives. Saxon's aura knights have already broken through Parker's lines. Philip finds the claim impossible to believe. Under mounting pressure, the officers surrounding him beg for orders. At that moment, Philip remembers Dale's earlier warning that he alone would bear responsibility for defeat. Refusing to let those words become reality, he desperately tries to regain control of the battlefield. A fresh order arrives from Milvas recommending that the center and rear cavalry merge with the collapsing left flank to stabilize the defense. Instead, Philip angrily shouts for silence and rejects the suggestion outright. Rather than reinforcing the left flank, he redirects all rear cavalry forces toward himself and orders a direct assault on the enemy right wing. Consumed entirely by hatred and humiliation, Philip swears that he will kill Dale before the left side collapses. Meanwhile, Milvas receives another alarming report. Dale is personally leading his entire reserve cavalry directly toward Philip's position. Furious, Milvas curses Philip as a worthless brat, enraged that he completely ignored the order to reinforce the left wing. Viewing the battlefield like a chessboard, Milvas quickly analyzes the disaster unfolding around them. Their right flank is already overpowering the weakened enemy left, meaning additional troops that will only clog movement and create confusion. Philip's obsession with personally killing Dale has caused him to ignore every strategic warning given to him. Milvas immediately realizes the consequences. If things continue like this, the left flank will collapse completely, and once that happens, their entire army will be surrounded. Several concerned knights urgently tell Milvas that they must retreat immediately. After a brief hesitation, Milvas decides it is still too early to withdraw. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Philip stares ahead with a hardened expression while Dale rides forward with his sword drawn. Dale calmly declares that the battle is still far from over. Watching him closely, Milvas notices the absolute confidence in Dale's eyes and silently vows to crush that arrogance himself. Nearby, a knight raises his sword high, waiting for the next command. Philip once again called for the 1st Cavalry Battalion to prepare for another assault. Across the battlefield, Saxon commanders announce that only one path remains forward now, signaling that the decisive phase of the battle is about to begin. The blonde commander silently steadies himself while his knights shout for the order to attack. Before charging, the holy knights invoke the name of Saint Magdalena and pray for their swords to be blessed. They call upon Goddess Sistina and the sister goddesses to grant them protection, mercy, and grace upon the battlefield. Then the commander's gaze sharpens with fierce determination. He declares that they will break through the enemy lines and personally take the opposing commander's head. The cavalry raises their swords high before charging behind him. Shouting the name of Saint Magdalena, the holy knights thunder across the battlefield toward the black-armored boy waiting ahead of them. Dale quietly observes that the enemy has finally closed the distance. As the cavalry advances, the blonde commander reflects that a leader's vision naturally narrows while standing on the front lines of battle. In response, Dale calmly draws a glowing ice bow. He notes internally that war clouds judgment and pressures commanders into making fatal mistakes. Even someone like Sir Milva's cannot completely escape that burden. Then the commander notices Dale gathering magic. Dale activates a spell called Ice Bullet and mockingly asks whether they have never seen magic before. A powerful burst of ice energy erupts forward. One of the charging holy knights is struck directly in the chest by the projectile. His horse instantly collapses beneath him, throwing the rider violently through the air before he crashes headfirst into the ground and stops moving entirely. The blonde commander is shocked by the precision of the attack fired from horseback. Meanwhile, Dale calmly analyzes that executing such magic while mounted requires combat skill and archery mastery far beyond what ordinary knights could ever imitate. Immediately afterward, he begins casting another spell. Calling for the earth to rise, Dale unleashes his magic. A massive wall of ice erupts from the ground, completely sealing off the Holy Knight's advance. The blonde commander and his cavalry stare ahead in disbelief as the enormous ice barrier blocks their entire path. At the same moment, Dale gives the signal for the next stage of the plan. He orders every Saxon force to launch a full-scale counterattack. The black-armored cavalry immediately forms a wedge formation and charges forward while swearing to die as shields before allowing any enemy blade to reach their young master. The cavalry lines collide violently. Black-armored riders slam directly into the Holy Knights, cutting them down amid the chaos of steel, blood, and shattered formations. Elsewhere in the battle, Milvas grips his head in frustration as his entire formation begins collapsing around him. At last, he fully realizes the truth. They were completely deceived. The enemy's objective was never to kill Philip directly. Their true goal was to protect Dale while stalling for time until the battlefield collapsed under its own imbalance. Milvas finally understands that Lord Philip made the single worst decision possible. Because of Philip's reckless obsession, the center and rear cavalry crowded onto the right flank, twisting the entire front line completely out of shape. Cursing under his breath, Milvas concludes that only one option remains. As Milvas charges toward the massive ice wall, he attempts a desperate aura-enhanced leap to break through it. The moment he collides with the barrier, he is violently thrown backward. The ice wall explodes apart. Through the frozen debris, Dale suddenly appears directly in front of him. Milvas declares that Dale will go no farther and announces that he personally will stop him here. Dale calmly accepts the challenge without showing even the slightest reaction to Milvas's overwhelming aura. A blinding clash erupts across the battlefield. Moments later, the battle ends with the Holy Knights disarmed and forced to their knees while Dale stands victorious alongside the Night Crow Knights. Dale reflects that Milvas still overestimates the power of Aura Knights. The rigid battlefield doctrines of the Knights of St. Magdalena, while powerful, can also become fatal weaknesses. He remembers that in his previous life, the Holy Swordsman himself had once been his jailer. Because of that, Dale learned the Order's methods and tactics as intimately as if they were his own. Meanwhile, reports continue pouring into the battlefield. A knight informs Milvas that Baron Greenbelt's forces have already broken through another line. Moments later, he hears that Baron Parker of the left wing has been captured as well. Milvas bitterly curses Philip under his breath. Dale coldly remarks that Philip never truly trusted the Holy Order from the beginning and that the Knights of St. Magdalena walked directly into a trap. He calmly states that war is always chaotic and that nobody can fully predict its outcome. One of Dale's knights adds that in repeated chaos like this, those who destroy themselves have only their own foolishness to blame. Dale then announces that according to imperial custom, he is willing to spare lives in exchange for surrender and ransom. He asks the defeated Holy Knights whether they intend to beg for mercy. The knights immediately refuse, declaring that they would rather die than kneel and beg. Dale calmly acknowledges their defiance. Then he rules that anyone unwilling to beg for their life will simply die. Without hesitation, his knights execute them on the spot. Dale then turns directly toward Milvas and asks whether he also intends to refuse surrender. Under the crushing pressure of the moment, Milvas suddenly drops to his knees. The remaining Holy Knights stare in shock as their commander kneels before the enemy. Internally, Milvas admits that he is not truly afraid of death. However, he feels an overwhelming need to warn the world that Dale is genuinely dangerous. Milvas orders every surviving knight under his command to kneel and surrender alongside him. He formally yields according to imperial law and demands proper treatment as prisoners of war. Dale quietly remarks that if they are willing to kneel and beg for their lives now, then continuing to provoke them further serves no purpose. Milvas immediately cuts him off before his men can react emotionally again. He refuses to allow the remaining knights to be baited any further. Dale smiles coldly. Then he calmly declares that none of them will be allowed to survive. He orders the Night Crow Knights to execute every prisoner. Even Dale's own men visibly react in shock for a brief moment. By normal imperial custom, captured nobles and knights are usually ransomed and released, not slaughtered. Yet despite the shocking command, Dale's voice never wavers. For the Knights of House Saxon, the young master's orders stand above everything else. Without hesitation, they obey. On that battlefield, one man finally realizes too late that he has brought ruin upon himself. Milvas curses Dale as he suddenly surges back to his feet for one final suicidal charge, refusing to die quietly. Before he can reach Dale, Saxon spears impale him from behind, mortally wounding him. Milvas collapses onto the battlefield, pinned down by the spears as Dale slowly approaches him. Kneeling beside the dying knight, Dale supports his body and addresses him respectfully as Sir Milvas. Weakly, Milvas asks whether Dale remembers the manner of his death. Dale grins darkly and admits that he remembers Milvas's face very clearly from that night. He reveals that Milvas stood there when his former lord betrayed him and stabbed him in the back. Dale reminds him that he personally witnessed Milvas's master driving a sword through his previous body. Then Dale quietly repeats the question, making the implication unmistakably clear. Milvas finally understands. Horrified, he realizes that Dale is the very man who should have died long ago. He screams that Dale must be some kind of monster that crawled back from death itself. Dale answers by flooding Milvas's body with dark power, completely immobilizing him. Bleeding heavily, Milvas barely manages to ask one final question for confirmation. Dale calmly admits that only after killing him does he finally feel even a small sense of relief. A flashback reveals that in the original timeline, Philip's reckless charges led directly to the massacre of his own knights. Scene after scene shows his soldiers being slaughtered and routed across the battlefield. Philip narrates internally that by the time he regained his senses, the battle had already been completely lost. The right-wing cavalry had been annihilated. Milvas and the Aura Knights were dead. The left flank had collapsed, and the Black Cavalry had already surrounded Philip's remaining forces. Even now, Philip is haunted by the memory of Dale's mocking smile during that defeat. Back in the present, Philip's remaining subordinates desperately beg him to make a decision. Philip mutters that they cannot lose like this, shocking the officers around him. Forcing himself back to his feet, he orders everyone to fight to the bitter end, declaring that his order will never kneel. When his officers warn that they will all be wiped out, Philip furiously demands whether they intend to disobey their highest-ranking commander. Then he gives one final desperate order to charge. Philip personally rides forward toward Dale's forces. As he approaches the battlefield, panic completely consumes him. He screams for his men to stop Dale and protect him at all costs. Internally, Philip laments that he never wanted to die on a battlefield like this. He wanted to die peacefully in bed. The scene then cuts back to Dale's victorious army. Around him, the Night Crow Knights cheer loudly, while one subordinate praises him, stating that everything unfolded exactly according to Dale's plan. Meanwhile, the captured Philip struggles violently while demanding to be released. Dale immediately notices how deeply Philip despises the idea of surrender. Even after defeat, Philip insists that they have not truly lost and that their order will never be broken. Dale coldly mocks the contradiction in his words. Philip desperately argues that as commander, it is his duty to survive no matter what. Dale questions that excuse without sympathy. Then he calmly replies that since the battle is already over, Philip no longer has any reason to remain alive. As Dale raises his sword toward him, Philip immediately panics. In desperation, he hurriedly proposes a duel to decide the battle's outcome. One of Dale's knights calls the idea ridiculous, but Dale casually accepts anyway. Facing Philip directly, Dale simply tells him all right. Believing he has found an opportunity, Philip confidently accepts the duel with a grin. The moment the fight begins, Philip lunges forward after spotting what he thinks is an opening in Dale's defense. Internally, he congratulates himself for successfully baiting Dale into accepting his scheme. Pouring all his strength into the strike, Philip swings his blade while cursing Dale as an arrogant child. Then everything stops. A wall of dark power instantly blocks Philip's sword in midair. Philip freezes in shock as the overwhelming darkness erupts around him. The horrifying pressure crushes through his body and makes him scream in agony. Dale's knights watch the scene, completely expressionless. Moments later, Philip collapses onto the ground as a broken wreck. Bleeding heavily, he desperately begs Dale to spare his life. And so, the Grand War comes to an end with nothing more than Philip's pathetic screams echoing across the battlefield. Time passes. Trumpets sound throughout the capital as the victorious army finally returns home. Dale rides into the city in triumph, while the people celebrate from every side of the streets. The crowds loudly praise him for executing a flawless encirclement strategy that completely annihilated the Knights of St. Magdalena. At the same time, some citizens quietly whisper that the victory came with horrifying bloodshed. Far away, Cardinal Nikolai questions whether the gods truly wished for such merciless slaughter. He worries that although Dale's blade currently points toward enemies, one day it may eventually turn toward his own people as well. Later, Dale enters the Grand Hall of House Sachsen alongside his retainers. Suddenly, someone calls his name. His little sister Lisa runs toward him excitedly while shouting for her brother. Dale immediately kneels down and hugs her tightly, asking whether she missed him. Lisa happily answers that she did. Helmut congratulates Dale on achieving his first great victory, and Dale politely thanks him. Standing proudly beside Lisa while holding her hand, Dale faces the gathered retainers of House Sachsen. Among them stand two robed women, silently observing his return. Dale then approaches his parents seated upon their thrones. He kneels respectfully before them and formally reports the success of the campaign to the Duke of Saxon. His father praises him for his exceptional leadership and credits the sword of House Saxon for the victory. The Duke also thanks Sir Bale for guiding Dale throughout the battle. Dale's mother warmly tells him that he must be exhausted after the war and encourages him to finally rest. Dale thanks her quietly. As he stands there surrounded by his family once again, he smiles inwardly. After spending months away on a battlefield, it genuinely feels like he has finally returned home. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Philip's father anxiously waits for news. Two heavily wounded survivors from Philip's army finally arrive before him. The Count immediately demands to know where his son is. The men report that the Knights of St. Magdalena, including Milva's and the Aura Knights, have been completely destroyed and that Philip himself was captured alive. They further explain that House Saxon is demanding an enormous ransom for Philip and the remaining survivors. The Count explodes in rage. He cannot accept that his forces suffered such a humiliating defeat while his son survived by fleeing the battlefield. He asks the survivors whether they understand the punishment for deserters. Terrified, the men beg for mercy. Instead, the Count orders them dragged down to the dungeons and promises them a fate worse than death. As time passes, the battle later becomes known throughout the Empire as the Black and White Turning Point. With every retelling, the story grows more exaggerated. The tale of Dale showing absolutely no mercy to enemies begging for their lives spreads rapidly across the continent. Eventually, he becomes infamous under a new title, the Black Young Master. Time continues moving forward, and before long, Dale reaches his 11th birthday. His father remarks that he has already turned 11. Then the Duke reveals that during the upcoming birthday ceremony, Dale will officially be appointed as a Viscount of Saxon. Dale is genuinely stunned by the scale of the authority being granted to him. A Viscount possesses the legal authority of a true lord. More importantly, this fulfills the promise his father once made to treat him not merely as a child, but as an independent heir worthy of leading the house himself. Dale sincerely thanks his father. The Duke then asks what he intends to do with this new authority. As the representative of House Saxon, he tells Dale to speak openly about what he desires. Dale explains that throughout the Empire, people now believe the Black Young Master slaughtered prisoners without mercy during the war. Knights devoted to the goddess have been portrayed as victims of his brutality. Because of that, Dale points out that the church itself is likely furious over the legend surrounding him. Therefore, he proposes making a pilgrimage to the papal state of Sistina. He declares that he will personally shoulder the burden of the infamy created by his actions. Repeating himself clearly, Dale announces that he intends to travel to Sistina and bear responsibility for his notorious reputation with his own hands. The long-haired man silently studies Dale, attempting to understand his true intentions. He questions why Dale would willingly abandon the fear and infamy that currently empower his image just to gain favor with the church. Dale calmly answers that the church holds influence powerful enough to justify sacrificing part of his terrifying reputation. The man then asks whether Dale has another objective beyond that. Dale quietly confirms that he does. He reveals that he intends to present the church with an offer so valuable they will not be able to refuse it. And on top of that, he plans to obtain the forbidden grimoires hidden within the church as well. A flashback reveals Dale waking abruptly from another nightmare as a dark voice echoes through the void, asking whether he remembers. Inside the dream, a towering skeletal figure looms over him, demanding to know if he remembers the way it died. Dale answers that both of them remember exactly how they died. The memory continues as he invokes the power, known as Memento Mori, just before being fatally struck down. He suddenly wakes in bed, breathing heavily from the vision. Clutching his chest, Dale anxiously reflects on a nightmare that just consumed him. His thoughts return to the place within his mind, known as the abyss of the mind. He recalls how he forcibly opened his inner world in order to reach the third circle and learned that mastery over the mind world is the very foundation of becoming a true mage. But despite the power it granted him, the mind world also torments him endlessly with loneliness and nightmares. Dale bitterly thinks about how pitiful that reality is. Even so, he admits that he is still lacking and needs far greater power if he truly wants to control his inner world completely. He realizes that just as a knight depends upon a sword, a true mage must ultimately depend upon a grimoire. Time shifts to a carriage traveling through a forest road toward a distant fortress. The narration explains that this region lies along the border between Baron Greenbelt's territory and Baron Parker's lands, an area beyond the Duke of Saxon's direct control. After losing to Dale during the territorial war, Baron Parker had been left with only one remaining option: banditry. Hidden among the trees, Parker's men prepare an ambush while shouting for the attack to begin. Arrows rain down toward the moving carriage. The deadly volley barely misses the horses as the cloaked driver skillfully maneuvers through the barrage. Bandits quickly surround the wagon, mocking the travelers for entering Parker's territory without permission. The driver calmly asks what they want. One of the bandits explains that paying a toll is simply common sense within a noble's territory. Meanwhile, Dale remains silent beside the driver. The driver casually agrees and says he already prepared money for the toll. Their leader smirks, pleased that the travelers understand how things work. The bandits greedily inspect the pouch handed to them. After seeing the amount of gold inside, they marvel at how generous the payment is. Their leader magnanimously announces that he will allow them to pass this time and even encourages them to visit again. The carriage rolls onward while the bandits celebrate their easy profit behind them. A short while later, the wagon continues quietly down the road. Suddenly, another group appears ahead and blocks the path from above, ordering the carriage to stop immediately. Dale and his escort look up toward the new arrivals. The men introduce themselves as Baron Parker's official procession and demand proper respect for the Baron. They accuse the travelers of attempting to cross Parker's territory without paying a toll. Dale's escort looks visibly confused. He protests that they already paid Parker's subordinates earlier and asks whether collecting multiple tolls in the same territory is even legal. The bandits shamelessly deny that any previous payment took place and openly mock the accusation. They insist this is supposedly their first encounter and hypocritically claim that they are the ones upholding imperial law. Parker's men threaten that if Dale values his life, he should surrender everything he owns. They proudly boast about surviving the black and white turning point. Dale quietly remarks that Baron Parker is supposedly celebrated as the hero who turned the tide of that battle. The bandits burst into laughter without understanding what he means. Dale calmly states that the version of Parker they describe is very different from the man he remembers. At those words, Parker suddenly stiffens in shock. As realization slowly sets in, he begins recognizing who the young boy actually is. His expression immediately pales. Stammering nervously, he identifies him as the terrifying young Master Dale. Parker quickly attempts to calm his increasingly panicked men. He points out that there are only two opponents and insists the fight is still winnable. Then he orders his archers to take aim. Dale's escort quietly asks for his command. Dale calmly replies that their tolerance for these bandits ends here. In response, Parker immediately orders all of his men to kill them and commands the archers to fire. A deadly volley of arrows shoots through the air. Dale stands motionless before the incoming projectiles without showing even the slightest fear. His escort instantly leaps forward. With a single flash of his sword, he slices the arrows out of the air and shields Dale completely. Dark energy begins swirling around the escort's body as he acknowledges Dale's order and prepares to retaliate. The archers stare in horror after realizing their attack was effortlessly neutralized. The escort suddenly launches himself up the cliffside with terrifying speed. His weapon radiates ominous dark power as one nearby archer freezes in panic. In a single strike, the escort cleaves through the man's arm and sends him screaming in agony. With a cold expression, he immediately prepares to continue the slaughter. Then he charges directly into the mounted bandits below in a whirlwind of dark-infused attacks. Witnessing the massacre unfold before his eyes, Baron Parker falls to the ground in complete disbelief and desperately begs for his life. Throwing himself at Dale's feet, Parker pleads for forgiveness and swears eternal loyalty if he is spared. Dale simply smiles down at him and asks whether Parker would like to receive the mercy supposedly granted by the sister goddess. Then, without hesitation, Dale coldly asks why he would ever do that. Parker's face immediately fills with horror. The narration explains that throughout his journey, Dale repeatedly encountered corrupt robber nobles and bandit knights, exactly like Baron Parker. Weeks later, Dale and his escort travel by boat through a narrow river gorge. His escort quietly announces that they have finally reached their destination. Before them stands a magnificent city of Pusul within the papal state of Sistina, the sacred seat of the Holy See. Internally, Dale scoffs at the idea of calling such a corrupt city holy. Although he publicly claims this trip is a pilgrimage, Dale reveals in narration that he has actually come to pass judgment. Soon afterward, he and his escort are guided through an enormous cathedral toward an inner chamber guarded by heavily armored soldiers. With solemn determination, the two enter the chamber. Kneeling before the cathedral throne, they formally greet the high-ranking church authority seated before them. The man is identified as Cardinal Nikolai Machia. Dale immediately recognizes him as a six-circle white mage and one of the 12 highest-ranking clergymen within the church. Nikolai remarks that he has heard about the tremendous bloodshed caused during Dale's recent battle. He calls the destruction of the Crusader Order and the outcome of the Black and White Turning Point deeply regrettable. Dale humbly lowers his head and blames his own poor judgment for the unnecessary sacrifices. He claims he personally came on pilgrimage to the papal state in order to atone while concealing his status and power. Beside him, his escort silently endures the exaggeration. Meanwhile, Nikolai privately reflects that Dale, the famous genius son of the Master of Noir, may be someone worthy of investment. He wonders whether the trauma and guilt of war have heavily burdened the still young 11-year-old standing before him. Believing the situation aligns perfectly with his own goals, Nikolai warmly smiles and declares that the goddess's mercy is open to all people, including Dale. Dale quietly listens with lowered eyes, while Nikolai insists that no sin in the world is beyond forgiveness. Then Dale calmly repeats Nikolai's claim that all sins can truly be erased. The cardinal confidently affirms it. At that moment, Dale suddenly asks whether the same logic justified selling the goddess's own nation to the Empire. Nikolai nervously laughs and attempts to dismiss the accusation as an inappropriate joke. Dale continues anyway. He recounts how, before the theocracy was annexed, 12 cardinal bishops pressured the previous pope into accepting the empire's demands. He reminds Nikolai that he himself stood among those cardinals when the pope refused the empire until the very end. As a result of that refusal, the pope was assassinated. The narration reveals that through the betrayal of the White Magic Tower and those same cardinals, the pope ultimately fell to the empire's executioners. Dale coldly asks whether the goddess also forgave Nikolai for betraying and selling out his own nation. Nikolai grits his teeth in fury. Unable to answer the accusation, he suddenly radiates holy light magic and declares that Dale supposedly came seeking atonement. Preparing to attack, he condemns Dale for speaking forbidden truths and mocks the idea that the goddess's mercy would ever reach him. Dale remains completely unfazed. He boldly counters that killing one of the Duke's proxies will never silence what he knows. He explains that the Duke has no interest in publicly exposing the church's sins. Instead, Dale calmly states that he merely wants the cardinal to pay in exchange for his silence. Cornered, Nikolai falls silent while weighing Dale's threat against the church's darkest secrets. Finally, he closes his eyes in frustration after realizing he has no real choice but to negotiate with the boy. The holy light around him slowly fades as he reluctantly asks what Dale wants. Dale smiles. Then he directly asks what kind of concession he can obtain. He reveals that he knows about the secret archive hidden beneath the cathedral where the church stores forbidden books. More specifically, he states that he is interested in the terrifying grimoire hidden at the very lowest level, the infamous book known as the Book of Black Goat. Later that night, lantern in hand, Dale descends alone toward the underground library. The narration explains that only a single individual is allowed to enter the archive at one time. Nikolai had strictly declared that whatever occurred inside the library would never involve or implicate the church in any way. He also established another condition. Dale would only be permitted to remove a single grimoire from the archive and nothing more. On top of that, Nikolai forced Dale to swear eternal secrecy regarding the church's disgraceful history. Dale formally accepts the condition in the name of Noir. To seal the agreement, the two clasp hands as part of a sacred contract ritual. A divine figure manifests above them while they bind themselves through the magical oath known as He's. Dale declares that both his own heart and the Cardinal's heart are now pledged as collateral within the contract. The narration explains that the He's permanently links the two parties together through the power of contract magic. As Dale descends deeper into the library, he reflects that if he ever breaks the agreement, the He's will literally burst his heart apart. Still, he does not consider the secret itself particularly meaningful. Eventually, he arrives before a pair of enormous doors. Dale immediately recognizes them as the gate of hell leading into the forbidden archive below. He slowly reads the ominous inscription carved across the surface, warning all who enter to abandon hope. Steeling himself, Dale reaches toward the doors. With immense effort, he pushes the massive gates open and stares into the endless darkness beyond. Then he steps forward without hesitation, fully prepared to face whatever waits inside the library. Inside the archive, Dale immediately reflects that the place truly deserves its nickname. Hell, although it resembles an enormous library at first glance, the entire structure is actually a massive dungeon filled with forbidden grimoires capable of bringing disaster upon the world. Dale reiterates that just as a legendary knight naturally seeks the finest masterwork blade, a true mage instinctively desires the greatest grimoire possible regardless of the danger involved. As he moves deeper into the darkness, armored figures suddenly emerge ahead of him. Caught slightly off guard by the unexpected encounter, Dale quickly realizes they are undead holy knights shambling through the archive. He wonders if these creatures are the guardians of the library itself. Watching them approach, Dale cannot help but notice the irony. Even these so-called servants of light freely exploit corpses. In his eyes, they are no different from the necromancers of Manhwa Tower. The undead knights immediately charge toward him with weapons raised. Dark power gathers around Dale's feet. Without hesitation, he unleashes black magic that tears directly through the undead ranks and destroys them instantly. Dale calmly remarks that there is nobody here to deceive anymore. For the first time in a long while, he can fight without hiding his true strength. Casting Shadow Bullet, he unleashes a storm of purple projectiles that completely annihilates the remaining undead. Standing silently among the ruined corpses, Dale admits that it feels strangely refreshing not having to restrain himself. Then he slowly draws a dagger. He quietly states that the real purpose of his visit begins now. Without hesitation, Dale slices open his own arm. As blood drips onto the floor, he declares himself to be Dale of Saxon, rightful successor to the bloodline of the immortal Duke. Then he begins reciting an ancient summoning. Calling upon the black goat of the forest, Dale invokes the old contract tied to his clan. Immediately, disembodied voices begin echoing throughout the darkness. One voice marvels at the richness and potency of the mage blood he has offered. Others excitedly recognize that a young mage has come seeking a contract and begin urging him closer while promising unimaginable power. Suddenly, another voice forcefully claims Dale as its contractor and drives the others away. In the next instant, the world around him changes. Dale finds himself standing within a blood-red landscape, overflowing with corpses. The air itself reeks of slaughter. An overwhelming wave of hatred and killing intent crashes over him from every direction. Calmly observing the endless sea of blood, Dale realizes that he has been pulled into the inner world of a grimoire. A hooded figure resembling an executioner suddenly appears behind him. The being offers Dale a contract and promises to slaughter every enemy standing in his way. It enthusiastically speaks about creating a grand festival of blood using the bodies of anyone who opposes him. The creature's endless promises of carnage echo throughout the world, while Dale listens with a distant expression. After examining the scene, Dale concludes that this must be the mind world of the grimoire, known as the Book of Massacre. The narration explains that the Book of Massacre is an infamous blood magic grimoire embodying the concept of mass slaughter itself. Its power and value are considered beyond description. Despite the tempting offers, Dale calmly tells the executioner to step aside. The hooded being immediately responds that Dale is not the type of contractor it seeks. Enraged by the rejection, the creature explodes into fury and attacks him. It screams in rage at being refused and demands to know how Dale expects to leave this world alive. Dale simply smiles. Then he asks why he should not be able to. In the next instant, Dale unleashes overwhelming power of his own. A massive blast crashes down upon the executioner and shakes the entire world. Dale explains that this place is merely a world contained within a book, and a world like this cannot possibly overpower his own. Declaring that his inner world is fundamentally different, Dale releases the full extent of his dark power. Behind him, his own world begins expanding outward. The darkness consumes everything. Even the mind world of the Book of Massacre starts getting devoured whole. Dale reflects that although this domain should embody the thoughts of a monstrous war criminal, the Sixth Circle Mage's world is being overwhelmed by his own surprisingly easily. An unseen presence panics after realizing that the seemingly calm child mage possesses an absurdly overwhelming mental world. The hooded warrior desperately boasts that the massacres he committed in life far exceed anything Dale's current master has achieved. He claims he long ago lost count of how many people he slaughtered. Screaming in desperation, the berserker rushes forward. Meanwhile, Dale simply stands there calmly waiting. The warrior roars that he refuses to be consumed quietly and swings his weapon downward with everything he has. Before the attack can even reach him, an unseen force instantly shatters both the warrior's body and weapon apart mid-charge. The broken berserker stares at himself in horror as his body begins crumbling away. Cracking apart piece by piece, he mutters that what is happening should be impossible. Dale silently turns away from him. Standing peacefully with his eyes closed while the world collapses behind him, Dale watches the blood-red landscape fracture apart like shattered glass. Then he quietly asks whether a certain presence has finally returned. At that moment, a horned girl suddenly appears behind him. Cheerfully greeting him in a strangely flirtatious tone, she smiles brightly. Dale immediately turns toward her and bluntly asks why she summoned him. The girl happily approaches him and explains that she was lonely and glad to finally see him again. With an eerie smile, she asks whether he will play with her. Looking around at the gloomy archive world, Dale notes internally that this place feels unbearably cold and lonely. The narration then reveals the truth behind the grimoire, known as the Book of Black Goat. It was created by the immortal Duke Frederick himself after sacrificing his own young daughter in pursuit of truth beyond death. Dale realizes that although the avatar before him resembles a little girl, she is not truly the Duke's real daughter. Without hesitation, Dale directly asks the daughter of the Black Goat to form a contract with him. She immediately agrees. Then she asks to see his world. Dale accepts, and in the next moment, the hellish landscape disappears as the scene shifts back toward the endless snowy reality of his inner world. Outside in the endless snow, the horned girl runs ahead excitedly while calling Dale's world beautiful. Spinning joyfully through the snow, she happily declares that she truly likes him. As the two walk together through the frozen landscape, nearby observers suddenly notice them and react in alarm. Cardinal Nikolai and the Holy Knights stare at the pair in visible fear while questioning what exactly they are looking at. Meanwhile, the girl privately marvels that this little brat actually managed to obtain the Book of Black Goat. Dale calmly greets Cardinal Nikolai and politely asks why he came all the way down here. At that moment, the Cardinal suddenly recalls the clause written into their contract. Whatever occurred inside, hell would incur no responsibility upon either signer. The realization instantly horrifies him. Dale quickly deduces aloud that the Cardinal must have felt uneasy and that his contract alone was clearly not enough reassurance for him. Spreading his arms slightly, Dale remarks that they probably came intending to eliminate him. However, he reminds them that this realm belongs to darkness. And as a mage of light, the Cardinal chose the absolute worst possible place to intrude. Visibly nervous, Nikolai hurriedly insists that this is all a misunderstanding. The horned girl suddenly asks Dale whether she may devour the intruders. Her glowing eyes shine with excitement. Dale casually grants permission and jokes that he will not take responsibility if she gets a stomach ache afterward. The girl enthusiastically agrees. Clutching his holy symbol tightly, Cardinal Nikolai begins preparing an enormous holy spell. He quietly mutters that it has been a very long time since he last experienced a feast of this scale. Then he begins solemnly invoking power in the name of the Holy Trinity. A radiant angelic figure manifests behind him as he desperately prays for pity and mercy. The surrounding priests and holy knights immediately join together in prayer, asking the goddess to bless and protect them with her grace. Bathed in holy light, the winged knights prepare themselves for battle. The cardinal then commands them to destroy the servant of Satan, meaning Dale. Seeing the overwhelming holy power gathering before him, Dale admits internally that this battle will not be easy. The angelic knights launch into the air and rush directly toward Dale and the horned girl. Both sides collide violently. Dale narrowly dodges several sword strikes as holy blades slash through the snowy battlefield around him. While evading another sweeping attack, he gathers dark power into his hand. Then he unleashes Shadow Bullet. Massive spikes of darkness erupt upward toward the charging angels. The holy knights successfully dodge the attack. Both Dale and the cardinal immediately recognize how skilled the angels are. Confidently, Nikolai declares that no matter how talented Dale may be, he is still only a third circle mage incapable of drawing out the true power of the Book of Black Goat. The divine apparition continues, praising the Lord as holy light intensifies around the priests and knights. The sacred chorus itself begins hurting Dale. The grimoire girl suffers even more intensely as she clutches her head in pain. Overwhelmed by the endless holy chanting, she screams for the voices to shut up. In pure rage, her body transforms into a monstrous form. An explosion of dark power erupts outward and crashes against the surrounding angels. Several shadowy tentacles are sliced apart by the angels, who immediately declare that they successfully severed them. One angel descends to deliver judgment upon the now wounded girl. But the moment he attacks, corrupting darkness suddenly envelopes him. The girl's tentacles instantly impale multiple angels and holy knights alike. The corruption spreads through them as they cry out in agony. Cardinal Nikolai shouts in panic toward the injured holy knights while they writhe in pain. Horrified by the sight before him, he unconsciously mutters a prayer phrase out of sheer instinct. The corrupted angels and knights begin losing their minds completely. While purple corruption consumes their bodies, they compulsively continue chanting praise over and over again. The maddening voices begin echoing directly inside the cardinal's own mind as he wonders in terror what is happening to them. One knight, half-rotted and petrified, twitches violently while endlessly repeating broken prayers as his body slowly disintegrates. Wrapped in writhing tentacles, the horned girl stands over the corrupted knights while their screams echo throughout the snowy world. One knight, his face melting apart, mutters that it has been a very long time since he smelled such a familiar scent of evil. Delighted, the girl says she waited far too long for this moment and intends to savor her meal slowly. Her tentacles brutally crush and devour the knight's body, leaving gore splattered across the ground. The narration reveals her true nature, an evil god that devours angels. And the 11-year-old boy capable of summoning such a being can no longer be called ordinary by any definition. As Cardinal Nikolai watches in horror, the narration explains that Dale cannot merely be described as a prodigy of House Sachsen or even an imperial genius. Instead, he is something far worse, a child of the devil. Amid the carnage, Dale calmly smiles. Then he repeats the exact clause written within their contract to the collapsed cardinal. Neither side bears responsibility for what occurs here. Dale coldly reminds him that those were the cardinal's own words. Completely broken, Nikolai desperately begs to be spared. Dale quietly asks whether he truly wishes to live. Then he asks what exactly the cardinal can offer in exchange for his life. Nikolai immediately begins stammering in panic. Desperate to survive, he offers wealth, church authority, and even command over church forces. Begging frantically, he tells Dale to name any price, promising that he will hand over absolutely everything he possesses. Dale smiles with interest at the cardinal's complete surrender and calmly asks what exactly he expects in return. Terrified, Cardinal Nikolai slowly raises his hand as though preparing to swear another oath, already dreading whatever demand is about to follow. Dale answers plainly. He wants everything. Absolutely everything the cardinal possesses. Nikolai weakly protests, clearly shaken by the scale of the demand. But he quickly realizes he has no remaining choice. Left completely cornered, the cardinal begins preparing a new he's-bound contract, this time one of absolute obedience. The narration explains that from that moment onward, Nikolai no longer had any possible way to overturn the situation. Afterward, the grimoire girl happily calls Dale Mr. Handsome. She cheerfully tells him that playing with him was incredibly fun. She admits that she loves his world and openly says she will continue waiting for him there. Smiling meaningfully, she appears genuinely pleased by their encounter. Manifesting her tentacles again, she curiously asks whether Dale is afraid of her. Dale calmly answers that he is not. The girl accepts the response without surprise. Internally, however, Dale concludes that she is far too dangerous to summon carelessly. Until he can completely control her power, he decides she will remain his final trump card. Standing beside her, while tentacles coil around him, Dale says they should play together like this again someday. The girl happily agrees and says they will definitely meet again. Relieved by his answer, she smiles brightly. Dale promises that they truly will play together again someday, satisfying her completely. Back inside the silent library, Dale hears her fading voice saying that she looks forward to seeing him again. The narration states that with this, the disturbance inside hell finally came to an end. It further explains that Dale, eldest son of House Sachsen, officially received absolution for his sins through Cardinal Nikolai himself. As part of a grand reconciliation between the church and House Sachsen, a unique holy ceremony is publicly held. Afterward, Dale openly returns home under his true identity. Because of his new standing within the church, no one dares interfere with the ambitions or authority of the black young master any longer. Several months later, a blonde girl stands on a training field gripping a massive purple greatsword. Her instructor signals for the session to begin, and she immediately responds with enthusiasm. Dark aura flows into the enormous blade, while her armored teacher silently observes. Surrounded by swirling aura, she concentrates carefully while stabilizing the weapon's power. Then she swings the massive greatsword with tremendous force. The instructor ends the test as nearby spectators erupt into cheers at her performance. He praises her talent, saying it is incredible for someone her age to have already mastered an aura blade. Addressing her formally as Charlotte of House Orhard, he presents her before the observing Dale. Dale steps forward and ceremoniously asks her to answer a pledge for the sake of lordship, honor, and duty. Then he formally asks Charlotte whether she will swear loyalty as his knight. In response, Charlotte drives the sword into the ground before her. Preparing for the oath, she kneels behind the blade and solemnly begins her vow. Raising the sword as part of the ritual, she hides part of her face behind the steel. Dale rests the blade gently against her shoulder and asks whether she swears to protect the weak and punish evil without being ruled by selfish desire. After she agrees, Dale officially appoints Dame Charlotte as his knight in the name of House Sachsen. Charlotte softly smiles while accepting her new position. The two begin walking side by side together as lord and knight. Dale quietly asks whether she is truly certain about choosing this path. Charlotte firmly confirms that she is. She explains that she genuinely likes the heavy Saxon greatsword because it is the very weapon that shaped Dale into who he is today. The narration notes that she chose the house's greatsword over the lighter rapier entirely of her own will. Dale realizes that adapting to such a massive weapon must have been incredibly difficult and silently acknowledges that he underestimated Charlotte's talent. He then informs her that intelligence reports have confirmed the appearance of a massive Orc War band gathering beyond the Demon King's former territory. Dale explains that the Orc War boss himself is leading the horde. Because of that, his father intends to mobilize the entire North. And Dale himself will also participate in the campaign. He then tells Charlotte that he wants her fighting beside him during the coming battle. Momentarily stunned, Charlotte looks at him in silence. Dale repeats the invitation and asks her to accompany him as his knight. After a brief pause, Charlotte firmly accepts. She vows to become the sword that protects her lord. In return, Dale promises that his own blade will also be wielded solely for her sake. Meanwhile, Duke Noir addresses his gathered council. He announces that scouts have detected a massive Orc War band advancing southward from the Darklands beyond the frontier. Another noble questions whether this could mark the beginning of a new barbarian invasion. One advisor grimly answers that such a possibility is highly likely. The narration explains that after the hero Hansung helped defeat the Demon King, Many believe peace had finally arrived. But in reality, countless demon races simply migrated southward. Those later became known throughout history as the barbarian invasions. Orders are immediately issued to summon every northern lord, the Noir Magic Tower, and all subordinate knightly orders. The Duke declares that the coming battlefield will surpass anything the North has ever faced before. Then he turns toward Dale and calls his name. He tells his son that the time has finally come to learn how necromancy is truly used in war. Later that same day, Dale arrives at Duke Noir's underground workshop. The narration states that this marks Dale's first lesson in battlefield necromancy. As his father begins teaching, he asks Dale what separates a death knight from an ordinary undead soldier. Dale initially answers that it is similar to the difference between a knight and a regular foot soldier. But then he pauses and asks what truly separates a knight from a common soldier in the first place. His father explains that raw combat power is only part of the answer. Simply being strong does not make someone a knight. Dale then wonders whether mastery of aura blades is the defining factor. Instead of answering immediately, the Duke reveals the corpse of a fallen armored warrior. Dale is visibly surprised. The Duke explains that the corpse belonged to an Oran knight who died during the Black and White Turning Point battle. Even after death, the knight swore loyalty to House Sachsen and willingly offered his body to serve them. Dark flames begin surrounding the corpse as the Duke performs a necromantic ritual. As the body slowly stirs, the Duke explains that the stronger an Aura Knight was in life, the more powerful the resulting Death Knight becomes after death. Moments later, a towering Death Knight fully manifests before them. The Duke emphasizes that such undead are not simple corpses. They are proud knights, both in life and in death. Satisfied that Dale understands, the Duke tells him to follow because there is still something more important he must see. Somewhat tense, Dale says he is ready. Together, they continue descending farther underground. The stone staircase stretches endlessly downward into deeper darkness. As they walk, Dale quietly wonders just how far beneath the castle they have traveled. The Duke then asks whether Dale knows the story of House Saxon's founder, the immortal Duke Frederick. At the mention of the name, Dale immediately thinks about the Book of Black Goat hidden within him. Outwardly, Dale answers that he only knows the stories told in books and by his father. He describes Frederick as a truth-obsessed monster. The Duke agrees and explains that Frederick sacrificed even his own daughter in pursuit of truth. Then he tells Dale that what he is about to witness is the legacy Frederick left behind. It is also the darkness House Saxon has carried ever since. The two eventually stop before a glowing purple barrier. The Duke explains that only direct members of House Saxon's bloodline can pass through it. As they cross the barrier, both Dale and Duke Noir react to the overwhelming sight before them. An enormous army of silent armored soldiers stands motionless in the darkness. Dale stares at the endless ranks in disbelief. The narration explains that the immortal Duke discovered a method of animating corpses without continuously supplying mana. Every head of House Saxon after him inherited and expanded upon that method. The Duke reveals that this hidden undead army is known as the Death Order. At that moment, Dale finally understands everything. Fragments of Noir's earlier words echo through his mind, praising his resolve and telling him never to lose it. Dale realizes that House Saxon's isolation, secrecy, and strict sense of duty all existed to protect this hidden army. His first honest reaction to the revelation is disgust at the hypocrisy surrounding such darkness. The Duke tells him that this hidden power is both their darkness and the shield that protects their family. Then he asks Dale whether he is truly prepared to bear that sin. Dark mana surges through Dale's undead heart as he grips his chest tightly. He answers that he was prepared from the very beginning. Declaring himself Dale of House Saxon, he accepts the corrupted power willingly. He openly admits to himself that he is a hypocrite gathering strength for revenge. Later, Dale struggles to perform a complicated necromantic gesture. Under Noir's supervision, he successfully channels dark mana into a Death Order Knight. Dark energy links his hand directly to the knight's sword and armor. The undead knight slowly awakens beneath Dale's command. Its dark eyes ignite while its weapon rises into position. Soon, multiple undead knights begin executing swift, perfectly coordinated sword drills according to Dale's commands. Watching carefully, Noir remarks that Dale's mana control is unbelievably refined. Dale modestly credits his teacher for that progress. Noir then explains that Dale still cannot maintain a Death Knight independently, without continuously supplying mana. Unlike the true Death Order, his creations are still incomplete. Instead, Moore says he will now teach him how necromancy is actually applied on a real battlefield. He tells Dale to train relentlessly for the coming war. Afterward, Moore opens another portal and leads Dale deeper into the hidden training grounds. Inside a laboratory, gargoyle-like corpses rise from the darkness as fresh, undead test subjects. One of the gargoyles suddenly lunges toward a kneeling Death Knight with its fangs exposed. The creature charges viciously toward the undead warrior. Under Dale's control, the Death Knight instantly responds. With a massive swing, it cleaves through the attacking gargoyle. Dale watches as the knight continues crushing the monsters one after another with overwhelming precision and strength. Observing the scene, Noir is visibly astonished. He realizes that the quality of a Death Knight can vary drastically depending on the necromancer controlling it. Most necromancers completely lack true swordsmanship. Yet Dale's control over the Death Knight already surpasses even many living elite knights. Elsewhere, Sephia quietly marvels at Dale's overwhelming talent and wonders what kind of gift he truly possesses. Training in the snow, Dale uses water magic to instantly shatter an ice target into fragments. As Sephia watches him, she feels her heart stir unexpectedly. At that moment, she suddenly realizes that she has genuinely come to care for her young student. She recalls the times when Dale acted like an innocent child. But beneath that surface, she always sensed something much deeper hidden inside him through the world he once showed her. She remembers the coldness, darkness, loneliness, and longing she felt within that world. To her, it felt less like a child's emotions and more like the genuine yearning of a grown man desperately seeking affection. Back in the present, Dale effortlessly disperses another incoming attack with water magic while standing beside Sephia. Watching his control, Sephia praises how much his mastery over water magic has improved. Dale quietly replies that he simply wants to become a son his father can truly be proud of. Sephia calls that determination admirable. Still, Dale remains visibly troubled. Noticing the uneasiness in his expression, Sephia gently asks whether something happened. After hesitating for a moment, Dale quietly addresses her as teacher. Gathering his resolve, he asks whether she could still care about him after seeing the uglier side of who he truly is. He admits that he fears she will be disappointed in him once he fully accepts the dark legacy of House Sachsen. Surprising him completely, Sephia gently takes his face into her hands. She cups his cheeks and lifts his gaze toward her while Dale blushes in shock. Softly calling his name, Sephia explains that elves live incredibly long lives. Even when he eventually grows into a man, she herself will likely remain looking exactly the same. She quietly admits that she will probably continue caring about him just as deeply even then. At the same time, she wonders to herself why she worries about him so much in the first place. She remembers hearing the stories spreading across the empire about the Black Young Master's brutal victory and terrifying reputation. While others praised Dale endlessly, Sephia felt uneasy instead of proud. She recalls hearing people call him the god of massacre. More than anything, she wishes he would not continue walking down a path stained entirely with slaughter. In that moment, Sephia resolves to stay beside Dale until he finally understands his own heart completely. And when that day eventually comes, she says she will no longer remain by his side merely as his teacher. Instead, she vows that she will stand before him simply as a woman. Then she gently assures him that he is not alone. Embarrassed by her own words, Sephia awkwardly clears her throat while Dale remains completely stunned. Trying to recover her composure, she cheerfully suggests that they continue their lesson. But overwhelmed by emotion, Dale suddenly wraps his arms tightly around her. Startled at first, Sephia slowly softens and quietly thanks him. Dale confesses that he truly likes her. For the first time, he calls her by her name instead of teacher. Sephia smiles warmly and tells him to wait for her in the future. Within her warmth, Dale temporarily forgot the cold loneliness buried inside him. And with that, the two formed a childhood promise Dale would never forget. Shortly afterward, banners rise across the north as armies begin gathering for a massive campaign. Northern lords assemble within the Sachsen Dukedom to prepare for the coming barbarian invasion. Lord Wilhelm of Gale loudly introduces himself before Duke. He formally reports the troops he has brought and pledges them entirely to House Sachsen. Another noble introduces himself as Volderberg of Cannes while the narration explains that every lesser northern lord has gathered beneath Saxon's banner. Wilhelm proudly presents his eldest son, Beth, among the many ambitious young nobles seeking Duke's favor. Meanwhile, Dale thought that every lord repeatedly swears loyalty while simultaneously flaunting the accomplishments of their children. Even with war looming overhead, the nobles continue socializing in order to strengthen alliances and raise their standing. Everyone understands that earning the black young master's recognition is now incredibly important. Because of that, nobles constantly surround Dale with greetings and introductions. Beth enthusiastically introduces himself as Gale's eldest son and says he hopes to fight alongside Dale during the campaign. Dale politely replies that he seems dependable. Meanwhile, noble women crowd around Dale while praising him as far more gallant than the rumors suggested. One girl openly gushes about how unexpectedly charming he is in person. Internally, Dale finds the endless attention exhausting and sees it all as little more than political maneuvering. Then a purple-haired knight suddenly approaches him. Respectfully bowing, the knight introduces himself as Yones. He says he has long heard stories about Dale's strength and wants to witness it personally. An older soldier immediately scolds Yones for speaking so boldly to Dale in public. Before the reprimand can continue, Dale calmly raises a hand to stop him. He confirms that Yones is Baron Kenneth's second son. After acknowledging that fact, Dale repeats Yones' words and notes that he wishes to personally see his strength firsthand. Yones clarifies that what he truly wants is to test Dale's ability for himself. The rumors recounts Dale's countless titles and accomplishments, emphasizing his reputation as the Empire's greatest prodigy. Yones insists that he never once doubted Dale's strength. He simply wanted to witness the legendary black young master with his own eyes. He adds that all he truly wants is for Dale to exchange a few sword techniques with him. The request shocks the older nobles standing nearby. Several immediately call Yones disrespectful for making such a demand. But instead of becoming offended, Dale smiles with interest. He recalls that despite being only a baron's second son, Yones already commands a mercenary company of 100 men. Dale says with a smile that Yones built the mercenary group entirely by himself during his nightly pilgrimage. Dale finds that particularly interesting. As a second son with no inheritance rights, Yones had no land or title waiting for him. Creating a mercenary company was his desperate gamble to prove his own worth. Recognizing the value of someone like that, Dale cheerfully accepts the challenge. Moments later, Dale and Yones stood facing each other in the Great Hall while Alan watched from his seat, observing the duel between the heir of House Saxon and the Kenneth family's second son. The match served as an opportunity to establish authority before the coming war. Yones slowly drew his sword, fully aware that Dale's weapon was unlike any ordinary blade. Dale reminded him that his shadow sword was unique before ordering him to fight with his full aura and hold nothing back. Accepting the command without hesitation, Yones tightened his grip as mana surged throughout the hall. Watching calmly, Dale assessed that Yones had not yet reached the level of manifesting an aura blade, but his mana control was exceptionally refined. Satisfied, Dale summoned his own black blade from the surrounding shadows. The sight of the living shadow sword immediately caught Yones' attention, increasing the tension between them. At Dale's signal, Yones charged forward, driving a powerful thrust straight at him. Dale effortlessly stepped aside, avoiding the attack before meeting him head-on as their swords collided. Yones immediately followed with a heavy overhead strike, but Dale calmly intercepted it with a shadow blade before the two separated once again. While facing Dale, Yones reflected that Dale had been born with every possible advantage, unlike himself. Even so, he silently vowed to prove that someone with nothing could defeat someone who possessed everything. Driven by that determination, Yones launched another assault. Dale slipped around the incoming thrust, only for Yones to redirect his attack instantly and bring his sword crashing down after spotting what he believed was an opening. The duel intensified as Yones, the mercenary captain, committed fully to his assault, pouring all of his strength into each strike. Dale, however, avoided every attack with ease, allowing the blade to pass only inches away before it cut through empty air. The instant Yones lost his momentum, Dale counterattacked. Darkness erupted beneath his feet, blasting Yones backward as countless shadow spears burst from the ground, forcing him to retreat and create distance. Standing calmly at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by his dark weapons, Dale remained completely in control. In one smooth motion, he leaped into the air and launched another assault from above as shadow tendrils rained down across the arena. With no room to evade, Yones was forced to block. Although he managed to stop one of the shadow spears, he found himself pushed entirely onto the defensive. Dale acknowledged that Yonez possessed skill worthy of a mercenary captain and admitted he was strong enough to force him to reveal more of his own abilities. However, hearing those words spoken so casually by an 11-year-old only fueled Yonez's frustration. Unable to accept the condescending praise, Yonez roared in anger and launched another full-powered strike. The hall echoed with the sound of steel as Dale effortlessly blocked the attack with a single hand, displaying overwhelming strength far beyond anything Yonez had anticipated. Watching from the sidelines, the gathered northern lords were left speechless. One noblewoman smiled faintly, while another lord praised Dale's composure as being on an entirely different level. The spectators could hardly believe that an 11-year-old possessed such overwhelming skill. Undeterred, Yonez stepped back, steadied himself, and challenged Dale once again, urging him to evade his next attack as well. But this time, Dale did not move. Standing completely still, he allowed the shadow-forged blades to intercept the attack on their own, effortlessly knocking Yonez aside. In that instant, Yonez realized he was being completely dominated, treated as though he were nothing more than a child. Worse still, he understood that he had never been the true focus of the duel. The real audience had been the Northern Lords and their heirs watching from the sidelines. Refusing to accept that reality, Yonez resolved that he would not be made into a spectacle. With a final roar, he threw himself forward, pouring every last ounce of strength into one desperate attack. He forced his body to move faster, rejecting the overwhelming gap between them, and refusing to believe that years of relentless effort could amount to nothing before a talent the world called genius. But even as he fought, the truth became undeniable. The difference between them was simply too great. At last, completely defeated, Yonez dropped to one knee and planted his sword into the ground. With a bitter expression, he admitted that he no longer knew how he could ever surpass Dale and formally acknowledged his defeat. As the duel came to an end, Dale reflected on his own strength. He wondered if the Book of the Black Goat had transformed his cursed heart, allowing him to overwhelm an opponent wielding full aura so effortlessly. Throughout the battle, it had even felt as though time itself had slowed around him. His shadow sword now moved like an extension of his own body, its black blades responding like living tendrils under his control. Dale realized that his duel with Sir Yonez had revealed just how much his power had evolved. At the same time, he understood he needed to leave a lasting impression on everyone watching. With a snap of his fingers, countless razor-sharp shadow blades instantly materialized, all aimed directly at Yonez. The overwhelming pressure forced Yonez to struggle just to remain standing. Dale stepped forward, looked down at him, and challenged anyone else who wished to test him, sweeping his gaze across the hall and daring anyone who doubted his name to step forward. No one answered. To conclude the display, Dale swung his sword and unleashed a devastating slash that carved through the marble floor. Faced with such overwhelming power, Yonez's mercenary company immediately dropped to their knees and pledged their loyalty. Dale simply smiled, satisfied that everything had gone exactly as planned. At that moment, he remembered something his father, Duke Allen, often said: "Fear is the surest way to secure loyalty." The scene before him proved those words completely true. That night, while the lords and nobles celebrated inside the mansion, Yonez quietly left the banquet with his men. One of his soldiers approached, concerned about his captain's condition. Without answering, Yonez tilted back a bottle of wine and drank deeply, cursing the unfairness of the world. When his companion remarked that he looked miserable, Yonez admitted that no matter how many times he swung his sword, he could not even touch the young master. There was no reason for him to be anything but frustrated. As the others listened in silence, he mocked the belief that a person's worth could be changed through effort rather than birth, calling it nothing more than a comforting lie. Standing before a genius like the Black Young Master had felt like crashing into an unbreakable wall. Unable to vent his frustration any other way, Yonez invited his men to drink, and they readily agreed that nothing in life surpassed a good bottle of wine. Under the falling snow, Yonez and his mercenaries gathered around a campfire, drinking as they tried to bury the humiliation of their defeat. Yonez grumbled about the noble ladies surrounding an 11-year-old boy, and when one of his men asked what they were like, he scoffed that women who competed for a child's attention had no dignity. His companions burst into laughter, agreeing that the nobility had no sense of shame. The conversation grew louder as they mocked nobles, insisting that without their titles, they were no different from anyone else, and that on the battlefield, status meant nothing. Yones scoffed again, wondering aloud whether the young master even knew how to deal with women. One of his soldiers replied with a grin that, in the end, he was still a man. Before the thought could settle, a youthful voice suddenly spoke from directly behind him. Dale had appeared without anyone noticing. Startled, Yones nearly jumped from his seat as the mercenaries scrambled to their feet. Stammering, he asked when Dale had arrived, but Dale ignored the question. Instead, he casually sat beside him, instantly freezing the atmosphere. Picking up a bottle with a faint smile, he told Yones not to sit so stiffly and invited him to have a drink. Yones could only respond with a tense nod. Dale then unexpectedly asked whether Yones believed the world was cursed. Caught off guard, Yones quickly denied it. Dale continued anyway, explaining that the world was inherently unfair, where people could never truly choose their own fate. With talent and circumstances determined from birth, he questioned whether anyone could really decide their own destiny. Yones struggled to answer, insisting weakly that people still had a choice. Dale lightly patted his shoulder and told him not to blame himself, explaining that this was a world where fate could rarely be changed through effort alone. Those words struck Yones deeply. A bitter laugh escaped him as the burden he had been carrying finally began to lift. He admitted that Dale was right and that, no matter how hard he had struggled, he had never truly been given a chance from the very beginning. Once Yones lowered his guard, Dale revealed his true purpose. Addressing him directly as the second son of Baron Kenneth, Dale admitted that he genuinely liked both him and his mercenary company. He then offered Yones an unexpected proposal to wield his sword for House Sachsen under Dale's command. The offer left Yones completely speechless. By the light of the campfire, Dale explained that he wanted Yones and his mercenaries to serve under House Sachsen's banner. Before the coming war, they would be trained personally by the Night Crow Order, learning everything from swordsmanship to the fundamentals of aura cultivation. Yones could hardly believe what he was hearing. Training under the legendary Night Crow Order was something he had never imagined possible. Dale had been the one who taught him how cruel and unfair the world truly was. Yet now that same young master was offering him an opportunity beyond his wildest expectations. Still unable to comprehend it, Yones asked why Dale would go so far for someone like him. Meeting his gaze with a faint smile, Dale simply answered that he needed capable people by his side. Yones happened to be one of them, and that was simply how the world worked. Those words left Yones speechless. He had always believed the world was fundamentally unjust, but standing before Dale made that belief begin to fade. The young master's presence alone was enough to draw people toward him and inspire them to follow. Sometime later, inside the council chamber of House Saxon, Duke Alan demanded a report on the battlefield. A general stepped forward and explained that the vast mountain range separating the Demon King's territory from the Duke's lands was lined with heavily fortified strongholds, where the Northern Knights continued their fierce defensive campaign. The latest reports confirmed that the Winter Wardens, together with the Northern Lords, had begun withdrawing from the Ninth Mountain Fortress. Before retreating, they had burned every supply they could not transport. Hearing the report, Duke Alan nodded in approval, confirming that everything was proceeding according to plan. Their strategy was to withdraw in stages, drawing the enemy deeper into their territory until the invading force became exhausted near the upper reaches of the Saxon River. Only then would the Northern Army intercept and annihilate the enemy as it attempted to cross. Another general stated that the time had come to deploy the field army. Without hesitation, Duke Alan ordered every Northern Lord to prepare for mobilization. The commanders immediately rose, accepted his orders, and departed to ready their forces. Once the council chamber had cleared, Duke Alan asked Dale to remain, explaining that he had a private matter to discuss. He then announced that the mobile strike force of the Night Crow Order would be placed under Dale's command, entrusting him with a responsibility of tremendous importance. He continued by explaining that when large-scale battles broke out across both fronts, Dale would lead this elite unit. He also revealed that Cephia would accompany him as his support. The announcement caught Dale off guard. Knowing that the Blue Tower traditionally remained neutral in worldly conflicts, he questioned the decision. Duke Alan explained that Cephia was already House Saxon's chief advisor, and that a war against the demon races could hardly be considered an ordinary secular conflict. Even so, Dale still wondered why his mentor had chosen to participate. He asked his father directly whether it had been Cephia's own decision. Duke Alan simply answered yes. Expressing complete confidence in his son, he reminded Dale that he had already proven himself during the Black and White turning point and said he expected the same success in the coming campaign. With renewed determination, Dale accepted the mission. However, he added that he had one more request. Duke Allen signaled for him to continue. Dale requested that Charlotte, the young Holy Sword, be assigned to his unit so he could keep her under his direct command as one of his greatest trump cards. Charlotte lowered her helmet after accepting the assignment. Her golden hair was neatly braided beneath her polished black armor as she stood facing the distant snow-covered mountains with the bearing of a true knight prepared for war. Watching her from behind, Dale quietly remarked that she had become someone truly dependable. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized she now carried herself like a genuine knight rather than the young girl she once was. For a brief moment, the image of his father crossed his mind, reminding him of the harsh lessons that had shaped him into who he was. Returning to the present, Dale turned to Charlotte and suggested that they make a promise. Caught off guard by the sudden proposal, Charlotte listened as Dale simply asked her not to die. She was completely bewildered, insisting that risking her life for her lord was a knight's duty. Dale responded by asking whether she truly understood what that duty meant. When she fell silent, he explained that a knight's true duty was never to betray the trust placed in them by their lord. He then sincerely admitted that he did not want her to die because the trust he placed in her was inseparable from her life. He emphasized that this battlefield was not where she was destined to fall. Hearing those words, Charlotte blushed and quietly promised to engrave them into her heart. Seeing her determination, Dale smiled, knowing their promise had been made. Some time later, the thunder of hooves echoed across the northern plains as the army began its march. To confront the massive orc forces advancing south, the main army under Duke Allen had already departed for the front. Meanwhile, Dale personally led the Night Crow Order's mobile cavalry strike force upstream along the Saxon River, accompanied by Sir Bale, Charlotte, and Sephia, positioning themselves several miles ahead of the Duke's main army. Mounted at the head of the column, Dale remained completely focused, knowing that his first campaign as commander was about to begin. From this moment forward, Sephia was no longer simply his teacher. She stood beside him as his advisor and one of the most important members of his command. At dawn, the upper Saxon River flowed swiftly beneath the fading moonlight as the strike force established its camp in preparation for the decisive battle. Standing quietly at the river's edge beneath the pale light, Sephia gazed across the rushing water, as though sensing something that had yet to reveal itself. Dale approached from behind and called out to Sephia. She turned immediately, but their relationship had changed. Dale now stood before her as the commander of the strike force. Noticing that he had not rested, Sephia asked if he was unable to sleep, sensing the quiet tension that hung over the camp before the coming battle. Rather than making small talk, Dale asked why she had accepted his father's request to accompany the army. With a gentle smile, Sephia answered that she was simply following what she believed was her duty. She reminded him of the promise she had once made to always remain by his side. Her words caught Dale off guard, as though he had almost forgotten them. A faint smile crossed his face as he quietly thanked her, revealing that their bond had grown far beyond that of teacher and student. At that moment, Sir Bale suddenly sensed an abnormal disturbance and immediately recognized it as a sign that something was wrong. Without hesitation, Dale ordered the entire strike force to prepare for battle and advance toward the river crossing. When they reached the cliff overlooking the battlefield, the sight below stunned him. The orcs had already arrived. Grinding his teeth, Dale realized the enemy had seized the initiative and launched their assault before he could execute his planned ambush. Just then, Sir Bale hurried to his side, ready to receive orders. A cold, decisive look filled Dale's eyes as he quickly assessed the battlefield. Thousands of orcs were forcing their way across the river, using the natural crossing to establish a foothold, revealing just how desperate they were. Without wasting a second, he issued his commands. Sir Bale would lead 4 cavalry battalions in a direct assault to destroy the orc vanguard before it secured the riverbank. Meanwhile, Dale would command the remaining 2 battalions, circle behind the enemy, and strike their rear. Sir Bale accepted the orders without hesitation. The battle erupted instantly. Archers stationed along the riverbank shouted warnings as the orc horde surged forward like a raging tide. Their commander ordered them not to allow a single orc to reach the shore, and at his command, volleys of arrows filled the sky. The arrows rained down upon the monsters struggling through the river, piercing countless bodies as blood spread across the rushing water. Even so, the orcs continued charging without slowing. At the same time, Dale's cavalry thundered across the terrain, sweeping around the battlefield to strike the enemy's rear. As he led the charge, Dale silently hoped Sir Bale could hold the front line a little longer, knowing the success of the entire operation depended on it. Unseen by the advancing cavalry, a cloaked figure watched silently from behind a massive boulder. Crimson eyes gleamed beneath the hood as a faint, unsettling smile spread across the observer's face. Every movement Dale made was being carefully watched. High above the battlefield, another command echoed across the cliffs as black-cloaked archers raised their bows in perfect unison. A second storm of arrows descended. Below them, the wolf-mounted orcs continued their relentless charge, completely unaware that a trap was closing around them. Amid the chaos, a single wolf rider broke through the arrow storm. The beast leaped toward the defenders, and the orc tore into one of the archers, killing him instantly as blood splattered across the ground. With that breakthrough, the defensive line began to falter. More and more orcs forced their way across the bridge, while desperate cries rang out as soldiers watched their comrades fall. The orc commander roared in triumph, declaring that they had broken through and were advancing toward the crossing. Even so, the soldiers of House Sachsen refused to retreat. They swore to hold the bridge until their last breath, determined to drive the orcs back no matter the cost. At that critical moment, the heavy cavalry of House Sachsen burst on the battlefield from behind the enemy, charging directly into the orc rear. Dale had anticipated this opportunity from the very beginning. After such a long advance, he knew the enemy's rear would be vulnerable. While Sir Bale held the orcs at the front, Dale had maneuvered his cavalry across a shallow section of the river to strike their exposed flank. On the front line, Sir Bale gritted his teeth as he urged his soldiers to hold on a little longer. The fighting only grew fiercer, and another knight fell amid cries of pain and desperation. Towering over the battlefield, the orc commander raised his massive axe and advanced toward two cornered soldiers with nowhere left to retreat. That was the moment the defenders had been waiting for. A signal rang out, and a violent explosion erupted behind the orc army, throwing their ranks into complete confusion before they could react. Through the chaos, Dale led the cavalry charge like a storm. The moment he spotted Sir Bale still holding the line, he called out to him. Sir Bale immediately rallied his troops, coordinating his advance perfectly with Dale's assault. Declaring that the enemy had been isolated, Sir Bale ordered the soldiers to tighten the encirclement before giving one final command. The slaughter began. The trapped orcs found themselves crushed between two advancing forces with no route of escape. Remaining calm amid the carnage, Dale surveyed the battlefield as dark violet energy enveloped both him and his warhorse. Activating Shadow Bullet, he unleashed countless condensed projectiles of darkness that tore through the orc ranks, cutting them down before they could respond. Witnessing such overwhelming power, the soldiers erupted in cheers, their confidence soaring as they fought under such a formidable commander. But the battle was far from over. A massive orc suddenly appeared behind Dale and swung its weapon directly at him. Without panicking, Dale avoided the attack with a slight movement. At the same moment, an armored knight rushed in and drove his sword deep into the monster's side, drawing a roar of agony. With quiet confidence, Dale told the knight to leave the creature to him. At that moment, Cephia stepped forward, icy mana flowing from her hands as she prepared to support the battle with her magic. At the same time, Dale warned his troops that any delay would allow the orcs to reorganize and escape the encirclement. The battle raged on as Sir Bale charged through the enemy ranks, cutting down every orc in his path while carving a route through the chaos. Meanwhile, Dale's forces began a disciplined withdrawal exactly as planned, with the enraged orcs pursuing them relentlessly. Before long, one of the soldiers reported that the wolf riders had turned around, seemingly realizing they had been lured into a trap. Without hesitation, Dale ordered a full retreat. The Night Crow order immediately wheeled around and galloped away through the forest, drawing the pursuing orcs after them. Throughout the withdrawal, Dale remained completely composed. Their objective had already been achieved. He had never intended to win every engagement outright. His true goal was to lure the enemy far enough away that reinforcements could no longer support them, setting the stage for their complete destruction. Once he judged the distance sufficient, Dale suddenly brought his cavalry to a halt. Then his expression changed. He sensed that something ahead was terribly wrong. At the same moment, the pursuing orcs also stopped abruptly, as though they had detected another powerful presence. Out of the shadows emerged a lone rider. It was not an orc. It was a human. As the cloaked figure slowly raised a hand, a mass of blazing fire gathered within the palm, swirling with terrifying intensity. Sifia recognized the danger instantly. Her expression turned pale as she shouted for Dale to be careful. For a brief moment, Dale stood frozen, unable to process what he was seeing. Sifia wasted no time. Cold mana surged around her and her mount as she slammed her staff into the ground. Instantly, a towering wall of ice erupted before them, blocking both the enemy's advance and their own line of retreat. The cloaked rider showed no concern. With a smug smile, he calmly raised a hand toward the barrier and gathered all of his power into a single spell. A massive fireball formed above his palm before hurtling forward with overwhelming force. It slammed into the ice wall with a deafening crash. Fire and frost collided violently, filling the air with the shrill sound of cracking ice. But the flames were far too powerful. The barrier quickly fractured under the intense heat before shattering completely. The raging fire surged through the opening, engulfing a fleeing rider. His screams echoed only briefly before falling silent, leaving behind nothing but a charred silhouette that soon crumbled into ash. Not even bones remained. Dale stared in shock as he realized that the flames erased everything they touched. In that instant, he understood who their enemy was. Immediately, he ordered the formation to scatter so they would not all be destroyed at once. He warned his soldiers that they were facing the purifiers of the Red Magic Tower, elite battle mages trained for one purpose alone, to incinerate the Empire's enemies. Sifia, her voice tense, remarked that the appearance of a Red Tower mage on this battlefield was highly unusual. Dale grimly replied that they had come specifically for him. Without hesitation, Sifia ordered everyone to keep moving and avoid gathering together. Dale spurred his horse forward, leading the retreat while searching for a way out. Grinding his teeth, he realized they had entered the worst possible situation. Charging the purifiers head-on would be suicide, yet scattering too widely would leave every knight vulnerable to the pursuing wolf riders. They were trapped between two deadly threats. Faced with no clear solution, Dale began considering the one power he had always kept hidden. Then Sifia's voice cut through his thoughts. She ordered him to dismount. Turning toward her, Dale saw unwavering determination in her eyes. Sifia calmly declared that she would fulfill her duty as his teacher by remaining behind to buy time for everyone else. Dale fell silent for only a moment before his expression hardened. He had already made his decision. He refused to abandon her. Jumping from his horse, he immediately ordered the remaining cavalry to continue the mission. He then turned to Charlotte and commanded her to ride to Duke Allen at once and report the situation. Charlotte hesitated, her voice trembling as she insisted that her duty was to protect him. Dale's expression grew stern as he reminded her that this was an order from her lord. He told her not to worry about him and instructed her that once she mounted her horse, she was not to stop for any reason. Tears welled in Charlotte's eyes, but she swallowed them and silently obeyed. Seeing her resolve, Dale smiled faintly and gave a quiet nod. Without another word, Charlotte and the remaining knights turned their horses and galloped away, leaving only Dale and Sifia behind. As the sound of hoofbeats faded into the distance, Dale let out a quiet breath and remarked that there was no longer any route left for escape. Sifia asked whether he had intended to run. With a small smile, Dale answered that he never had. He declared that he would never abandon his teacher. The two of them stood side by side as the purifiers approached, their crimson eyes glowing through the darkness. With a gentle smile, Sifia added that there was no way she could ever abandon her own student. Raising a hand, she gathered an immense stream of icy blue mana as overwhelming magical power erupted around her. Before unleashing it, she quietly thanked Dale for placing his trust in her. At that moment, the ground began to tremble as the wolf-riding orc raiders charged toward them with savage momentum. Without hesitation, Sifia aimed the growing sphere of frozen mana at the approaching horde. Glittering ice crystals gathered within her palm as she completed her chant before releasing the spell with a single command. A massive wave of ice swept across the battlefield, instantly freezing the entire orc cavalry and their war wolves in solid frost. Watching from a distance, the two Red Magic Tower mages could not hide their frustration. They had not expected her to freeze such a vast area in a single spell. Sifia coldly declared herself an Elder of the Blue Tower and a Sixth Circle mage, warning that anyone seeking battle with her had to be prepared to face that level of power. She demanded to know why the Red Magic Tower was cooperating with barbarians. For a moment, neither mage answered. Then one of them finally spoke with open contempt, declaring that Dale and Cephia were nothing more than targets destined to be burned away. At once, both purifiers raised their hands and unleashed a massive fire spell. The blazing attack roared across the battlefield, but Cephia remained completely composed. She met it head-on with her own ice magic. The opposing elements collided in a violent explosion that sent shockwaves across the battlefield. With Cephia occupying the enemy mages, the momentum of the battle shifted. Dale immediately seized the opportunity. He shouted that the enemy's attack had been neutralized and ordered the Saxon knights to lower their lances and advance. At his command, the cavalry surged forward like a storm, crashing into the remaining orcs and cutting them down without mercy. The battlefield descended into chaos as House Saxon overwhelmed the enemy's remaining resistance. Elsewhere, Duke Alan addressed a group of young mages with a solemn expression. He warned them that what awaited them was no ordinary battle, but an abyss filled with blood, fear, chaos, and despair. He instructed them not to become obsessed with victory or defeat, but instead to allow the battlefield itself to temper them. They were to carry their fear without ever surrendering to it, because every death they witnessed that day would become the strength that shaped who they would become tomorrow. With unwavering authority, Duke Alan ordered the mages of House Saxon to march forward and engrave the deaths of that day into their memories, turning them into the strength they would need in the future. After finishing his address, he called for Ares. She immediately stepped forward and answered respectfully. Duke Alan ordered her to lead the children to the river crossing, and she bowed in acceptance before carrying out the command. At that very moment, Dame Charlotte rode in at full speed. Breathless and visibly shaken, she reported that the young master was in grave danger. Without delay, Duke Alan ordered the Night Crow order to advance at once. As the cavalry charged forward, one of the purifiers immediately began gathering another enormous fire spell to stop them. Seeing the scale of the attack, Dale realized the cavalry would never break through in time. Before the flames could be unleashed, Cephia acted. A towering wall of ice rose from the earth and intercepted the massive fireball, shielding the charging cavalry from complete destruction. Looking up at the enormous barrier, Dale realized that although it also blocked their own advance, preventing casualties was far more important. He immediately decided to turn the barrier itself into a weapon. Using the shattered remains of the ice wall, he created thousands of razor-sharp ice shards and launched them toward the purifiers in a deadly storm. Just before they struck, a curtain of blazing fire erupted before the enemy mages, melting every single shard into nothing before it could reach them. Dale clicked his tongue in frustration as he realized the attack had accomplished nothing. He quickly understood that the blazing armor surrounding the purifiers was more than simple protection. It had already allowed them to survive Cephia's earlier assault. Even so, the Night Crow order continued its charge, determined to extinguish the enemy's flames. One of the purifiers answered by releasing a violent explosion of fire that blasted the entire cavalry formation backward, completely halting their advance. With the cavalry forced back, the purifiers shifted their attention to their true target, Cephia. As Dale prepared to rush forward, she reached out to stop him, sensing the dark power surging within him. But she could not hold him back. Breaking free, Dale released that power and charged directly at one of the purifiers. His sudden assault struck without warning, bringing the mage to the ground. Standing over him, Dale demanded to know their true objective. The wounded purifier only sneered. Instead of answering, he asked why Dale believed he had been chosen before speaking of a terrifying future. Laughing madly, he declared that the entire world would soon be consumed by flames, and that from those fires something new would rise. As he spoke, unbearable heat radiated from his body. Dale froze. At that instant, he finally understood. The blazing armor had never been designed for defense. Its true purpose was self-destruction. The mage's entire body burst into flames as the armor prepared to consume its own wearer. Cephia cried out to Dale. Dale immediately turned and shouted for her to run. The purifier only smiled viciously and declared that it was already too late. In the final moment, Cephia shoved Dale away. Then the purifier detonated. An enormous magical explosion erupted across the battlefield, flattening everything in its path. The earth shook violently as flames engulfed the surrounding area, leaving nothing but devastation behind. When the smoke finally began to clear, the battlefield had become a sea of burning ruins. Groaning in pain, Dale slowly forced himself back to his feet and looked around in a daze. His eyes immediately found Cephia lying motionless nearby. He rushed to her side. As he examined her, he discovered that a thin layer of ice armor still covered her body. Only then did he realize she was alive. He remembered that, just before the explosion, Cephia had protected him by covering him with ice armor, shielding him from a fatal blast. In exchange, she had endured the full force of the explosion herself. Looking around the battlefield, another grim realization struck him. The Night Crow Order had also been caught in the blast, and countless knights now lay motionless across the ruined field. The last surviving purifier noticed that Dale had survived. Laughing harshly, he declared that the young master would be his next victim. The moment he rushed forward, a murderous glint flashed through Dale's eyes. Without hesitation, Dale dodged the incoming attack, and, in a single motion, swung his sword wrapped in dark mana, severing both of the purifier's arms. He gave the mage no opportunity to recover. Driven by overwhelming hatred, Dale unleashed another surge of darkness that blasted the purifier away before finishing him without mercy. Standing over the fallen body, Dale's rage continued to grow. He remembered every day of torture, every moment of re-education, and every hardship he had endured without rest. With burning eyes, he silently vowed that none of his remaining enemies would be allowed to escape. He would repay every moment of suffering many times over. Nearby, Cephia struggled to rise despite her injuries. Shock filled her eyes as she looked upon the devastation, unable to believe that so many proud Saxon knights now lay lifeless across the battlefield. At the center of the destruction, Dale moved like a specter. Wrapped in a black-violet aura, he cut through the remaining purifiers with relentless fury, his sword flashing again and again as he hunted them down. To his enemies, the young master had become the very embodiment of death. Watching him, the leader of the purifiers curled his lips into a cold, calculating smile, quietly plotting his next move as the battle raged. Without warning, another violent explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing across the battlefield as the fanatical mages attempted yet another suicide attack, determined to drag Dale down with them. Through the drifting ash, the silhouette of a black warhorse slowly emerged, standing against the devastated battlefield. Nearby, Cephia stood frozen, watching the Saxon knights she had tried to protect disappear beneath the sea of flames. Unable to save them, she could only watch in anguish. The purifiers laughed, mocking the ideals of knighthood and nobility. To them, death itself was the highest honor, and they welcomed it without fear. Their twisted confidence lasted only a moment. A sword suddenly pierced straight through one of their backs. Dale struck the instant they exposed themselves, exploiting the opening created by their own fanaticism. At the same time, dark mana erupted around him as he activated his wraith transformation. A pitch-black aura engulfed his body, turning him into a merciless shadow that swept across the battlefield, cutting down every enemy in his path. Realizing their suicide tactics had failed, the remaining purifiers abandoned all restraint and charged together. They continued their relentless assault. Forcing himself back to his feet, Dale tightened his grip on his sword. With one decisive swing, he released a powerful wave of dark energy that hurled the charging enemies backward as though they weighed nothing. Although fatigue burdened his body, his eyes remained calm and terrifyingly sharp. The dark power tearing through him inflicted unbearable pain, yet he endured it without hesitation, refusing to yield before the purifier's fanaticism. Then another violent surge of darkness burst from Dale's blade. His counterattack engulfed the purifiers. Their screams echoed across the battlefield as black mana swallowed their bodies whole. Moments later, another massive explosion shook the battlefield, reducing everything around them to ash and ruin. Even then, the purifier commander only sneered. Ignoring the destruction of his own comrades, he mocked Dale as the embodiment of hatred itself, deliberately provoking him in an attempt to shake his resolve. He accused Dale of failing to protect the Saxon knights, gesturing toward the countless bodies scattered across the battlefield. Laughing madly, he declared that Dale would never be able to kill him. Pointing toward the fallen soldiers, he questioned whether such devastation could truly be called victory. His words ignited the remaining purifiers. Like madmen, they shouted that they did not fear death, proclaiming that even if the Black Magic Tower itself ordered their execution, they would gladly offer their lives for the Empire. One of them suddenly rushed forward. As fire magic engulfed his own body, he prepared to trigger one final suicidal explosion aimed directly at Dale. For a brief moment, Dale remained still. He could not comprehend how these men could discard their lives so easily as the fanatic shouted his final oath of loyalty to the Empire while his body became a living bomb. A catastrophic explosion was about to engulf the battlefield. In the next instant, a staggering blast erupted directly before Dale, its shockwave tearing through everything in its path and hurling debris into the air as dust completely swallowed his small figure. Yet as the smoke slowly cleared, Dale Saxon stood unharmed, staring ahead in disbelief. Some overwhelming force had intercepted the explosion and stopped it entirely. The leader of the Purifiers was equally stunned. By all logic, Dale should have died, yet he remained standing without a single wound. From the darkness behind them, a towering figure mounted on a warhorse emerged, his mere presence dominating the battlefield. It was Duke Alan, Dale's father. A crushing killing intent spread across the battlefield as the Duke calmly asked whether any of them truly wished to die. His words alone sent a chill through the fanatics. He continued, declaring that true courage was not the willingness to die, but the resolve to keep living. The Purifiers rejected his words as nonsense and rushed forward, determined to prove that dying for their beliefs was the highest honor. Another explosion followed. This one came from Duke Alan's dark magic. He made it clear that he had no intention of granting them such an easy death. The Purifier leader realized with horror that even their final plan had failed. A growing sense of dread spread through him as Duke Alan slowly advanced. Looking at them without emotion, he asked whether they still failed to understand reality. He bluntly declared that he would not allow them to die. Death was a privilege they did not deserve. There would be no escape through death. Grotesque purple mana gathered in his hand as he cast a forbidden spell. Curse, loathsome fusion. The curse descended upon the remaining Purifiers. Their bodies twisted like melting wax as horrifying screams echoed across the battlefield. Pitch-black mana engulfed them, writhing violently while forcing their bodies together. Duke Alan watched without the slightest emotion. To him, condemning them to continue living in such a form was far crueler than allowing them to die. Before long, a monstrous mass took shape. Faces, arms, and bodies fused together into a single grotesque creature that writhed in endless agony. Whether they had betrayed the Empire or allied themselves with the orcs no longer mattered. In Duke Alan's eyes, anyone who willingly abandoned their own life had forfeited the right to speak of honor or morality. He condemned them to remain within that abomination forever. For traitors, it was a punishment far worse than death. The scene then shifted back to Dale, who stood beside a fallen Saxon knight. The red-haired warrior struggled to breathe as he whispered his final request. Even after death, he wished to continue serving the Nightcrow Order on the battlefield. Dale listened silently, sorrow filling his eyes as he heard his loyal knight's last words. With quiet resolve, he promised that neither he nor House Saxon would ever forget such unwavering devotion. The knight's hand slowly fell to the ground as his life finally faded from the blood-soaked battlefield. Dale remained standing before the body, unable to move. From behind, Duke Alan approached, silently observing both the devastated battlefield and the grief weighing upon his son. He remarked that the casualties had been far too great. Dale lowered his head, accepting full responsibility without offering any excuse. His father asked whether he was blaming himself as the commander. Dale admitted that he had led the Saxon cavalry into battle and bitterly wished he had ordered a retreat sooner to prevent so many deaths. Duke Alan remained calm. He told Dale not to be too harsh on himself, explaining that sacrifice was unavoidable in war regardless of commander's ability. He asked whether Dale and Sephia truly believed they could defeat hundreds of orc riders and the fanatical Purifiers by themselves. A faint smile appeared on his face as he told Dale that he had already done everything he possibly could. His mere presence carried overwhelming authority. Dale stood silently with his head lowered, burdened by grief as he realized he was still not strong enough to meet the expectations placed upon him. Then a pitch-black aura spread from his body. It enveloped the fallen red-haired knight. Moments later, the knight's eyes opened once again. At that moment, Dale made his decision. To honor the knight's final wish, he accepted it. Using his necromancy, he raised the fallen warrior as a wraith, allowing the knight to continue fighting beside the Saxon cavalry even after death and fulfill the duty he had sworn to uphold in life. Night descended across the empire, and far from the battlefield, new schemes were already being set into motion. The scene shifted to the Red Magic Tower, standing beneath the moon as the stronghold behind a recent assault. Inside his private chamber, Marquis Uris spent the evening with a beautiful noblewoman whose admiration for him was impossible to hide. She smiled warmly and asked whether he was dreaming a pleasant dream, praising him as the most handsome man in the empire and confessing that being alone with him felt like a dream itself. Uris merely shrugged and remarked that she was exaggerating. With refined elegance, he sipped his wine, every movement graceful enough to conceal the monster beneath his polished appearance. Still captivated, the noblewoman continued showering him with compliments. Uris smirked and suggested that she discover his true nature for herself. The next moment, he pulled her close and kissed her. What appeared romantic quickly turned horrific. Her eyes rolled back as blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The poison hidden within his kiss spread rapidly through her body, numbing her limbs as drops of blood stained the floor. The elegant noble revealed his true nature. Behind his charm hid a cruel and depraved monster. Terrified, the woman recoiled, unable to understand what was happening as blood continued flowing from her lips. Uris calmly lifted her chin and mockingly asked whether the drink suited her taste. Far away, the northern frontier lay silent beneath the night sky. That silence lasted only moments. Columns of smoke rose across the horizon, announcing the approach of another battle. The Orc War boss released a deafening roar. The berserk orcs charged without restraint, swinging massive axes as they slaughtered everything before them. The knights struggled desperately to withstand their overwhelming strength and numbers. Sir Helmet gritted his teeth as he blocked a crushing axe strike, barely maintaining his footing while the enemy tightened its encirclement. Facing the towering war boss, he realized this monster commanded the entire horde. Although most of the orcs had already been cut down, the war boss continued fighting with terrifying ferocity. At that moment, Dale appeared behind him and calmly ordered Helmet to fall back. Caught off guard, Helmet hesitated. Ignoring the hesitation, Dale stepped forward as dense black mana gathered around him. Behind him, spectral cavalry materialized from the darkness. His expression remained cold as he unleashed the true power of the Black Young Master. A tremendous impact shook the earth. The ground shattered beneath his feet as the force of his strike blasted nearby monsters into the air. One spectral knight swung its sword and cleanly bisected an orc before disappearing back into the shadows. Its speed and power surpassed anything an ordinary warrior could achieve. Watching the ghostly cavalry appear and vanish across the battlefield, Helmet stood frozen in disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend the overwhelming dark magic before him. For the first time, he realized that Dale commanded the dead like a true necromancer. Even more astonishing, Dale's swordsmanship had advanced to an incredible level. Every strike delivered by the spectral cavalry spread terror through the enemy ranks. One after another, the orcs fell beneath their relentless assault until the horde began to collapse. The Orc War boss froze as he watched his army disappear within moments. His burning gaze locked onto Dale, recognizing him as the one responsible for destroying his conquest. With a furious roar, he charged forward. His enormous body radiated such overwhelming pressure that the surrounding forest itself seemed to tremble. Sir Helmet shouted for an immediate retreat, believing they could not withstand such a monster. Dale, however, remained perfectly still. Without taking his eyes off the charging war boss, he calmly told Sir Helmet to remain composed. He had no intention of retreating. Instead, he quietly gathered more mana, carefully measuring both his timing and strength. He knew that his current power alone might not be enough to bring down such a formidable enemy. Even so, he resolved that to win this battle, he would have to become even more ruthless and terrifying than before. At that moment, pale hands emerged from the darkness and gently rested on Dale's shoulders. A wraith-like horned girl appeared behind him, wrapping her arms around him with a gentle smile as she quietly offered to grant him ultimate power. Dale frowned. It was not yet time to accept her power. Using it before so many witnesses would expose secrets that had to remain hidden. The horned girl refused to give up. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered that she loved this world and promised she would never do anything that would make him hate her. Despite her gentle words, a dangerous intent lingered beneath her smile. Circling around him, she continued tempting him to fully embrace the power she offered. In response, violet-black mana burst outward, swallowing the remaining light across the battlefield. Standing at the center of the darkness, Dale faced the Orc War boss. The monster roared and raised its enormous axe, preparing to crush him. Unshaken, Dale activated the Shadow Lurker technique. Darkness gathered beneath his feet as he calmly waited for the perfect moment. The war boss charged with a furious roar and brought its gigantic axe crashing down toward Dale's head. Dale never moved. The giant, already wounded by countless attacks, descended further into madness. Then Dale struck. Dark arms burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around the orc war boss, binding its body in place. Unable to understand what had seized him, the monster's eyes filled with terror as the crushing darkness immobilized him. Without hesitation, Dale delivered the finishing blow. His sword cut through the trapped giant with merciless precision. Blood burst into the air as the orc war boss collapsed. With its death, the northern horde lost all hope of continuing its invasion. The Saxon cavalry erupted into cheers. Every knight looked toward Dale with equal parts admiration and unease after witnessing the overwhelming power he had displayed. Dale slowly exhaled, standing silently amid the battlefield. The black young master of the North had claimed another victory, and his growing reputation would soon become a source of fear throughout the empire. The scene then shifted to the imposing Black Magic Tower, the seat of House Saxon's darkest secrets. Beneath its grand halls, political intrigue continued to unfold. Inside, Duke Alan discussed the investigation into the purifiers with his female secretary. He explained that despite 3 days and nights of torture, none of the captured assassins had revealed the identity of the mastermind behind the attack. With a quiet sigh, he added that most of the purifiers had undergone magical memory erasure. Their fanaticism had been reinforced to ensure they could never expose confidential information. From this, Duke Alan concluded that someone had leaked Dale's exact movements. Otherwise, such a perfectly timed ambush would have been impossible. His secretary cautiously asked whether he suspected someone within the Black Magic Tower itself. Her question filled the room with heavy silence. Her serious expression suggested an even more disturbing possibility. A powerful reactionary faction might already be operating from within their own ranks. Duke Alan revealed that he suspected several hardline elders had secretly begun cooperating with the Red Magic Tower. He referred to the long-forgotten Black Reinforcement Unit, a covert organization that had once conducted forbidden research into dark magic during the Empire's past. Although the unit had officially been disbanded after the war, its remnants had never truly disappeared. Now, it appeared that fanatics obsessed with forbidden magic had once again allied themselves with the Red Magic Tower. With quiet determination, Duke Alan declared that another purge would soon sweep through the Black Magic Tower. Anyone who threatened his son's safety would receive absolutely no mercy. Above ground, the mansion stood bathed in the warm glow of sunset, its beauty almost peaceful. Yet beneath it lay a hidden workshop where House Saxon's darkest, magical experiments were conducted. There, Dale stood beside Duke Alan before the coffins of the knights who had died protecting him. Silence filled the chamber, broken only by the faint crackle of magical flames. Their dim light illuminated the body of his loyal retainer as Dale stared at him, his heart burdened with grief and simmering hatred. Within that silence, he swore their sacrifice would never be forgotten. Those knights had followed him with unwavering loyalty until their final breath. Watching them die had left a permanent scar upon his soul, and as their lord, he resolved to fulfill their final wishes. To honor them, he chose to embrace the power carried by House Saxon's bloodline. Turning toward Duke Alan, Dale met his father's eyes and asked to be taught the methods of the Death Order. He sought the power to command death itself, so he could better protect those precious to him. For a moment, Duke Alan recalled the image of Dale returning victorious, celebrated throughout the North as the Black Young Master. Quietly, he wondered whether his son would one day surpass the shadow cast by House Saxon itself. He thought that when Dale finally reached the summit of the tower, he might even exceed his own achievements and stand at the pinnacle of the empire. Calmly, Duke Alan declared that one day the army of darkness would belong to Dale alone. Hearing those words, Dale stiffened as he grasped the meaning hidden within them. An invisible pressure filled the room. At that moment, Dale resolved to surpass the man standing before him. Looking directly at his father, he addressed him with newfound determination. He formally challenged both his father and his greatest teacher. Duke Alan answered with a faint smile, completely unfazed by the challenge. Casually, he asked what conditions Dale wished to set for their duel. Dark mana immediately gathered around Dale, thick and ominous as his determination intensified. Driven by the desire to witness the ultimate realm his father had described, Dale requested that Duke Alan fight him without holding back. The Duke simply nodded. The atmosphere instantly turned cold and oppressive as he instructed Dale to attack with everything he possessed. Father and son stood facing one another while killing intent silently filled the chamber. Without hesitation, Dale summoned the Sachsen Dark Riders. At his command, two spectral cavalry warriors materialized, cloaked in an overwhelming aura of death. They charged forward together in a relentless assault. Even Duke Alan acknowledged the precision of Dale's summoning, noting that his incantation had been executed flawlessly. Even so, the Duke never moved. Although Dale's magic had become formidable, it still posed no real threat to him. Confidently, Dale believed that the coordinated assault would leave his father with no avenue of escape. He poured all of his will into the Dark Riders as they launched a perfectly synchronized offensive. The chamber erupted into motion. Dale and the Dark Riders attacked in flawless harmony, their blades weaving together in search of the slightest opening. Yet Duke Alan remained as immovable as a mountain. The shadows swept past him without leaving even the faintest mark. Then Dale noticed something was wrong. The magical connection binding the Dark Riders suddenly weakened. An instant later, both riders froze completely. Dale stared in shock while Duke Alan calmly observed the scene, as though he had already taken control. The Duke explained one of the fundamental laws governing battles between dark mages. Losing control of one's summoned servants, he said, was the greatest mistake a necromancer could make. Under the overwhelming pressure of Duke Alan's aura, the Dark Riders instinctively dropped to one knee. Cold sweat ran down Dale's face. He realized that his father had completely suppressed him, not only physically, but mentally as well. Defeat stood only a single step away. Then a memory surfaced. Darkness always flows toward the deepest place. The meaning suddenly became clear. If he wished to reclaim control, he had to become that deepest darkness himself. Gathering every ounce of concentration, Dale pushed beyond his own limits. As his mana transformed, snowflakes slowly began drifting through the chamber, signaling a change in the flow of dark magic. The Dark Riders stirred once more. Breaking free from Duke Alan's suppression, they rose again under Dale's command. In the next instant, a flawless slash cut through the space between them, aimed directly at Duke Alan's neck. His body trembled as he called out to his father. Before him lay Duke Alan's severed head. Yet even in that state, the Duke spoke calmly. His head resting on the ground, he praised Dale for successfully reclaiming control of the Dark Riders. The sight left Dale completely frozen. Then violet smoke rose from the Duke's body. As though reality itself had been reversed, the severed head slowly reattached without leaving the slightest wound. Looking at his stunned son, Duke Alan calmly declared that he did not permit death. Dale stared in disbelief, wondering whether his father had reached the point of manipulating reality itself. The Duke explained that magic was the power to transform imagination into reality. At its highest level, a mage could bend the world's laws according to their own will. Hearing those words, Dale finally understood how the purifiers had been condemned to such a horrifying fate. Unable to hide his feelings, he let out a bitter laugh. The difference between himself and his father was simply overwhelming. From the very beginning, this duel had never been one he could win. Some time later, after the successful suppression of the barbarian migration, a royal envoy personally arrived to commend House Saxon. Standing before Duke Alan, he conveyed the Emperor's satisfaction with the family's loyal service. The Duke listened in silence, his expression never changing. Beside him, Dale also heard the praise directed toward himself. The title of the Black Young Master had already reached the Imperial Court. As the envoy continued reading the Imperial Decree, he announced a renewed exchange program between the Black Magic Tower and the Red Magic Tower. The atmosphere immediately turned cold. The decree's true purpose soon became clear. Dale had been invited to study at the Red Magic Tower Academy in the Imperial capital. A faint look of surprise crossed his face. Once the envoy departed, however, Duke Alan immediately voiced his opposition. Sending Dale to the capital now would be no different from handing him over as a hostage. He fixed his son with a sharp gaze and asked whether he truly intended to walk willingly into such an obvious trap. Dale remained calm. His father reminded him that Marquis Yuri's own son was currently studying within the Black Magic Tower under the exchange agreement. Both sides effectively held each other's heirs, as political leverage. Thinking carefully, Dale argued that because House Sachsen already possessed the Marquis's heir, the Red Magic Tower would not dare act recklessly. He intended to use that balance to his advantage. Duke Alan's expression hardened. He asked whether Dale had already forgotten the Purifier's assassination attempt. At that reminder, Marquis Yuri's arrogant smile flashed through Dale's mind. The true mastermind behind the schemes that had nearly claimed his life. Rising from his seat, Duke Alan declared with absolute certainty that anyone who dared lay a hand upon his heir in the imperial capital would suffer consequences so devastating that even a madman would understand them. The title of the Blood Duke was not one he carried without reason. Throughout the empire, the man people truly feared was not Dale. It was Duke Alan himself. The pressure filling the room intensified with those words alone. Even so, Dale answered without hesitation. If the Red Magic Tower had truly wanted him dead, he reasoned, they would never have withdrawn the 12 Purifier assassins. Their actions suggested a far greater objective. In his view, Marquis Yuri's had merely been testing the limits of House Sachsen's strength. As he spoke, the Marquis's calculating smile resurfaced in his mind. Duke Alan silently watched his son. His reasoning was far too sharp for an 11-year-old child. It felt as though he were speaking with an experienced strategist rather than his own son. After a long silence, the Duke finally asked whether Dale had another reason for insisting on traveling to the capital. Lowering his head to hide the calculating look in his eyes, Dale answered that he wished to witness the Empire's true strength with his own eyes. Since the Red Magic Tower had extended the challenge first, he believed it was only natural to accept it. Clenching his fist, he revealed the firmness of his resolve. Duke Alan turned his gaze away. Although clearly displeased, letting out a quiet sigh, Duke Alan admitted that he would never fully understand Dale's way of thinking. In the end, he acknowledged that his concern as a father had affected his judgment as the head of House Sachsen. Although he approved the journey, he warned Dale that the imperial capital would be filled with people who saw him as nothing more than a child, and that hidden dangers would surround him. Dale nodded with a faint smile, knowing that others underestimating him would work in his favor. Placing a hand over his chest, he promised to remember his father's advice and said the journey was for both himself and the honor of House Sachsen. As night fell over the imperial capital, moonlight spread across the city. Inside a lavish chamber, Marquis Yuri's raised a glass of red wine while waiting for an important guest. Seated comfortably, he remarked on the curiosity of youth. His crimson hair and calm expression contrasted with the gray stone statue of a woman named Elizabeth standing before him. Yuri spoke to the statue as though it were alive, criticizing it for allowing itself to decay without purpose. He stepped closer, took its stone hand, and kissed it, praising the blood that had once flowed through it. He described death as a privilege, comparing it to a flower that blooms before fading, and remarked that immortality without an end was meaningless. Without warning, he crushed the wine glass in his hand, letting blood mix with the spilled wine. Ignoring the injury, he turned toward the window and muttered that weeds could never bloom. Thinking of Dale Sachsen, whom he regarded as the Empire's greatest prodigy, he quietly welcomed him to the tiger's den. Meanwhile, the Saxon carriage continued toward the imperial capital beneath the forest canopy. Inside, Dale sat across from Sophia and Sir Jonas. Silence filled the carriage except for the sound of its wheels. Sir Jonas occasionally glanced at Dale. Since the recent battle, his respect for the young lord had been accompanied by caution. Dale reflected that revealing too much of his darker side had created distance between himself and those around him. When he looked at Sophia, he noticed she had remained quiet throughout the journey. He understood that what she had witnessed on the battlefield could not simply be explained away. Her expression remained subdued as memories of the battle stayed with her. Eventually, the Royal Academy came into view. Its large Gothic buildings stood behind open gates as the carriage stopped before the entrance, where 2 guards waited to receive their guests. Dale stepped onto the grounds, officially entering the territory controlled by the Red Magic Tower. Sir Jonas and Sophia followed behind him. A voice welcomed the heir of House Sachsen, marking the beginning of his stay at the Royal Academy. Waiting at the entrance stood Marquis Yuri's. He greeted Dale politely and remarked that it was an honor to meet him again. Dale returned the greeting with equal courtesy, thanking the master of the Red Magic Tower for the invitation. Yuri's praised Dale's accomplishments during the Great Demonic Migration, calling him both an outstanding scholar and a courageous warrior. Dale listened in silence, carefully observing every expression and movement. Seeing Yuri's reminded him of the fallen Night Raven Knights, but he kept his emotions under control and remained focused on his objective. Yuri's continued praising the growing stories surrounding the Black Prince, but Dale calmly interrupted, saying that rumors were often exaggerated and that he had no interest in empty compliments. With a faint smile, Yuri's replied that the Empire's greatest prodigy was naturally expected to accomplish great things before inviting Dale inside. Dale walked forward without hesitation while Yuri's watched him. After entering, Dale offered a formal salute to the assembled officials. His flawless etiquette earned their approval as they praised the heir of House Saxon for his refined upbringing. Dale maintained his composure, determined to continue playing the role expected of him for the sake of House Saxon. As he watched Yuri's walk away, he silently resolved that one day he would make him answer for everything. Yuri's noticed the restrained hostility in Dale's eyes and quietly found it amusing. Within the Empire's oldest academy of magic, a lecture on magical theory was already underway. The professor explained the opposing nature of fire and water magic, while Dale sat with his chin resting on his hand, showing little interest. Around him, students whispered about the newly transferred Black Prince from the north, surprised an 11-year-old had already reached the third circle. Some quietly mocked the way he circulated his mana. Dale glanced around the classroom and realized the seating arrangement was intentional, recognizing it as another move by Yuri's to place him among proud, noble students. As days turned into weeks, attention shifted toward the Academy's graduation examinations. For the Empire's nobles, graduating from the Academy was a direct path to influence and authority. The arrival of an outsider like Dale disrupted that order, making him the target of resentment, while the professor continued the lecture as usual. The lecture was suddenly interrupted when Leonard raised his hand without waiting for permission. The son of a powerful Red Tower elder lounged in his seat with his legs resting on the desk, dismissing the lesson as boring before suggesting a magical exchange now that both the Black Prince and the Northern Heir were present. Dale turned toward him, observing the Academy's most influential student. Leonard acted as though he owned the Academy, even forcing classmates to kneel so he could use them as seats. Backed by his family's status within the Red Tower, no one challenged him. The students whispered about Leonard's reputation as a genius who had conquered the 20th floor of the Trial Tower. With a mocking smile, Leonard mentioned the stories of Dale defeating an orc war boss alone and said he wanted to see that strength for himself. Dale rose from his seat and calmly replied that rumors were often exaggerated. Leonard dismissed words as meaningless and demanded proof through battle. Dale accepted without hesitation. The two stepped into the open space between the desks as the classroom fell silent. The uneasy professor asked Dale whether he understood the Academy's safety rules for magical exchanges. Leonard looked down on him as nothing more than a provincial noble from the distant north and declared that he would force Dale to kneel before the Empire's true genius. Dale calmly asked whether Leonard intended to wear a life protection amulet. The question unsettled the professor. Dark mana spread across the floor beneath Dale's feet as he asked the second question. Are participants allowed to use magic with the intent to kill? The professor turned pale as the killing intent filling the room became impossible to ignore. He hurried between them, pleading with Leonard to wear a protective collar or cancel the duel altogether. Leonard ignored him, grabbed the professor by the collar, declared that he needed no protection against a northern brat, and shoved him aside. Dale quietly asked how much longer Leonard intended to hesitate as the dark mana around him intensified. He then proposed a condition. If Leonard lost, he would withdraw from the graduating class. Leonard accepted immediately and added his own condition. If Dale lost, he would forfeit the graduation examination. Dale nodded and accepted the terms. The challenge was set. A wraith-like surge of dark energy erupted around Dale as the duel began. Leonard gathered fire mana into his hand, creating blazing crimson chains that shot toward Dale under the professor's anxious gaze. The chains lashed forward in rapid succession. Dale formed a black mana blade and deflected every strike with precise movements. The clash between darkness and fire shook the classroom, and the resulting shockwave reached beyond its walls. Dale's movements became too fast to follow. In an instant, he appeared beside Leonard. Startled, Leonard swung the flaming chains again. Dale slipped past them without slowing down. The flaming chains lashed through empty air as Dale avoided every strike with ease. Sweat formed on Leonard's forehead as he realized his opponent's strength far exceeded his expectations. Dale stepped forward to end the duel. "This ends here." The words alone made Leonard hesitate under Dale's unwavering gaze. Before Dale could finish the match, a burst of fire shot toward him from behind. Forced to brace against the unexpected attack, Dale dropped to one knee and immediately realized what had happened. Leonard had secretly enlisted his classmates to attack alongside him. Dale accused Leonard of lacking the courage to fight alone. Leonard only smiled and denied any wrongdoing. The classroom became a battlefield as the surrounding students released fire magic from every direction. Leonard ordered the professor to remain silent and forget everything, invoking his father's authority to prevent any interference. Confident in his advantage, Leonard asked whether Dale still intended to continue. Dale calmly stood back up. He reminded Leonard that the duel was meant to determine who possessed greater talent, and advised him to stop before things went beyond his control. Leonard offered to overlook everything if Dale surrendered. Instead, Dale simply told him to look around. A surge of pitch-black mana spread throughout the classroom, filling it with a heavy silence. The supporting students panicked as their fire spells vanished before they could even be cast. Watching their confusion, Dale looked at them with open contempt. Pathetic. He mocked the Red Tower mages for allowing their flames to be extinguished so easily.